What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, October 15th, 2025, and the Buck and I are not with you for the next 2 hours. It's a load management day for Bucky. So in his stead, a face you see, a voice you hear very often on this network, Mr. Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered and Sports Talk 790 down in H-Town, a man who attended the Texas-Oklahoma game in person and got to, maybe it's had to, but I'm going to say got to experience what that game was like on the Oklahoma side of the Cotton Bowl. Mr. Cole Thompson, how are you this morning, my man?
I also got to meet Bucky in person for the first time, which was awesome. That was something I did not expect was going to be happening. So, Buck, whenever you watch the replay of this, great to meet you. Always enjoy your wisdom. Love seeing where your brain goes out of nowhere, and it's very fun to see how that mechanism works in the top. Dude, I'll tell you what. When you're on the losing side, and I have been on a Texas side that's been losing before in the Red River shootout, I have never seen a slew of red just cascade down the stairs with over 9 minutes left in the game when Ryan Niblett crossed the end zone on a 6-7 yard punt return. At that moment, it felt like the soul of the Sooner Nation had been not only vanquished, but had disappeared into the seventh layer of hell and was never going to be brought back up. Have you ever seen the movie Drag Me to Hell? It's got that very disgusting scene at the very end where they're actually dragging her down. That was like literally Sooner fans everywhere as they were walking out the exits. They were being dragged down to the seventh layer of hell and never come back.
It was Texas parting the Red Sea. We were playing the role of Moses at the Cotton Bowl and dispersing all of those OU fans to the parking lots and back up north of the Red River. And I want the record to show that Cole Thompson is not an Oklahoma fan.
No.
This is part of what SEC Unfiltered did. So Chris Phillips, who we talked to a lot on Bucky and BK, he sat on the Texas side of the Cotton Bowl. Cole Thompson sat on the Oklahoma side of the Cotton Bowl. So our friends at SEC Unfiltered could experience, what both halves of the state fair of Texas were like. And, Cole, you lived my dream on Saturday. I don't know if you've ever heard me say this before, but in a year where I know Texas is going to win this game, which almost never happens, right? Because we always say anything can happen in this game. And with Texas coming in at 3-2 and Oklahoma coming in at 5-0, look, I picked the Longhorns to win, but I wasn't nearly confident enough to go actually sit on the OU side. But in a year where I know Texas is going to win, I want to sit over there and experience Sooner tears in person. You got to do that. You got to see them not only lose to Texas, but not score a touchdown against Texas. How much fun was that? I know you don't love OU. How much fun was that to experience in person?
I don't have a problem with OU, but what I appreciated about sitting in that side was watching as Oklahoma fans started going after each other. There was a cannibalization in the fourth quarter. Like, you see people get upset when fans decide to be fair weather and they don't actually want to stay to the end, fight to the finish, be a part of maybe history, even if it's bad history. And when Ryan Niblett crossed the goal line and the sun, where I was sitting, by the way, the sun was literally right in your face. Like, you could not avoid it in any way. I thought I was going to have 6 heat strokes. I quit drinking because I only could do water at that point. They had a bucket down below where you could soak your towels, the rally towels, and use that as a piece of resistance. Like, there was so much that was just with the sun and how hot it was and how crazy it was that when people started leaving, I saw 2 Oklahoma fans grab their buddy who did not want to be there anymore and scream in his face, "You wear these colors till the end of the line. You wear these colors until the clock strikes 0." And he throws them off and says, "I'm going to the bar." And just keeps walking down. And it's just like, when you see that type of toxic cannibalism at its finest, it's a little rewarding to be on that sideline. Like, if it was a close game and you didn't see Oklahoma fans want to fight with each other, and there were a couple of Texas fans that were bold enough to sit in the Oklahoma section, probably because they bought their tickets late, they didn't realize that was the only spot left. But when you saw Oklahoma fans stop arguing and bitching at the Texas fans, and they just turn on each other and go for the jugular, that's when you know that things have gone south for a program on a Saturday afternoon.
That is so glorious. Oh my gosh. Yeah, every year there are Texas fans who sit on the Oklahoma side and OU fans who sit on the Texas side. And there were a few OU fans that were on the burnt orange side of the Cotton Bowl, and they were also leaving early. But, oh man, the meltdown in Norman is upon us. I've been listening to OU radio and OU podcasts all week long, and it's been glorious. And I'll give this tease for tomorrow morning when the Buck is back. I've got a couple of clips from some OU shows that I like to listen to around Texas OU every year. And, oh man, to call it a meltdown might be putting it lightly. And they are losing it up there.
Yeah.
And you thought, Brent Venables was off the hot seat, right? Oklahoma starts the year 5-0. They're number 6 in the country. You think everything's good. John Mateer, the transfer that they brought in at quarterback, is one of the favorites to win the Heisman Trophy. With just one simple loss, all of a sudden, Venables sucks. Shouldn't have played Mateer. Arbuckle sucks. This thing's horrible. It's falling apart. And, oh, my God, Oklahoma even got roasted by the Big 12 conference yesterday, Cole.
Dude, that was the funniest thing that I saw yesterday, far and away. Like, the fact that you went straight for Brett Venables for his comments because of the program said, we don't want to be here anymore. Masterclass. Assault. Murder. Live murder on national Twitter yesterday. Yeah, congratulations.
I'll screen share this and explain it to those of you who don't know what we're talking about. By the way, we got plenty to get into today. We'll talk about Jarrett Gibson and Will Stone leaving the program. Of course, Bucky will be back tomorrow, so we'll get the former running backs coach's thoughts on Jarrett Gibson deciding to hit the transfer portal. We're at the midway point of the SEC season, so we will hit some SEC superlatives. Hopefully, I'm not stealing a bit that you guys already have cooking on SEC Unfiltered. We'll get Cole's SEC power rankings. We'll talk a little MLB postseason. Looks like we've got ourselves a World Series that is right around the corner with the way these championship series have started.
Or we're just getting 2023 all over again, where team decides to win at home and it goes to 7. We saw that.
You as an Astros fan, I'm surprised you're willing to bring that one up, Cole. But
I'm right. It happened to us twice. It happened in 2019 too. So, I mean, why not? It just is a part of history at this point.
It's very confusing that happened to the Astros twice, but we'll get into that as well. Also, some SEC basketball media days going on for both the men and the women. We got the preseason polls released. So we'll tell you where Sean Miller's squad showed up on the SEC preseason poll for the men. And, of course, where Vic Schaefer's squad, coming off that Final Four trip, showed up in the SEC preseason poll for the women. But here is the aforementioned. I should have screenshotted this and zoomed in a little better to make this easier to read. But apparently at Brent Venables' game week press conference yesterday, he was asked about playing in the SEC and this being a one-possession league. And Venables said, quote, "This isn't the old Big 12 days where Oklahoma destroys everybody every single week except one game of the year," end quote. Obviously referencing the Texas game at the end of that. And the Big 12 Conference, the official Twitter account of the Big 12 Conference, quote tweeted that and said, "Coach Venables lost 8 conference games in his 2 seasons in the Big 12. Like you said, Cole, that feels like a live murder on Twitter yesterday.
Do you know what that feels like to me? That feels like a petty ex-girlfriend that reveals something that you did horrible in bed on Twitter. Like, that's what it feels like. It truly does. Lasted 40. Was it 2 pump Charlie for when we were dating? It's like, damn, man, don't kill him while he's down. Like, come on. No, I understand your pain, Oklahoma. We had to deal with it too. We had to separate him that way.
Oh, 2 pump Charlie. How about a 1 pump Chuck? That's what it felt like right there. And look, me as a Texas fan, I'm at a bit of a crossroads here. Like, who do I hate more, Brent Venables or the Big 12? I think it's Brent Venables because he's associated with OU. So I think I'm happy that the Big 12 did this. But either way, it's hilarious. Objectively hilarious. Like, Brent Venables is like, this ain't the Big 12 where we won every game by 50 points every week. And the Big 12 is like, we? Oh, don't be taking credit for Bob Stoops and Lincoln Riley and what they did, dude. You coached in this conference for 2 years, and you didn't have much success.
You had one incredible year where you beat Texas and lost to Kansas and Oklahoma State in back-to-back weeks. And then you had another year where you went 6-6. Let's pipe down a little, buddy. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's all take a big breather here. I actually want to get your opinion on this because I haven't talked to you since the game. How you feeling right now about Texas moving forward?
Yeah. It's amazing how much one game and one rivalry game in particular can just change a fan base's entire opinion on a season, Cole. I mean, look, I felt good about Texas. I didn't abandon ship after the loss to Florida. I picked Texas to win this game. But it feels like a lot of the folks who, saw the Florida game and thought that, all right, the season's over. We're not a playoff team. We're not an SEC title contender. Let's start to focus on 2026. It feels like a lot of Longhorn Nation that sort of jumped ship a week ago is trying to get back on board. So, I feel good. I feel pretty good about where things stand right now. I realize the situation, but Steve Sarkisian has kept a pretty positive mindset. This was his mindset after Florida, too. He's like, hey, we're a one-loss team in the SEC. Last year we were 7-1 in the SEC. We made it to the conference championship game. Right now we are a one-loss team in the SEC. We still have all of our goals in front of us this year. That's a big win, obviously. And you start to look ahead at these next 3 games for Texas. I think the Longhorns are going to be favored in all 3 of them, right? They're double-digit favorites against Kentucky, the worst team in the conference on Saturday. They're going to be, I think, more than a touchdown favored against Mississippi State next Saturday. And then they've got Vanderbilt at home. So, being a favorite doesn't mean anything. Texas was favored against Florida, and they lost. You got to go out there and take care of business. But there's a path to where going into that second bye, Texas is, a 7-2 team on the season, and more importantly, 4-1 in SEC play. And all of a sudden, you feel like everything is right there on the table. So, do I still have concerns? Yeah, the offensive line is still a concern. The offensive line played much better against OU than it did Florida. Now, the bar was very low to clear, but I do not trust this offensive line to hold up. Everything else, though, feels like it's improving a lot. Like Arch Manning has gotten a lot better since the first 3 weeks of the season. Seeing Trey Wisner run the way that he did makes me feel good. Seeing the wide receivers continue to progress. And this defense, I don't have any doubts of the defense. Like I said it right after the Florida game, that's an anomaly. That's not going to happen again. This is still one of the best defenses in college football. So, look, it's not going to be easy, Cole. There's plenty of tough games left. You still have 3 ranked matchups, and you've got 2 top 10 teams still ahead. But I think this Texas team has a shot to, only have 1 more loss this year. I don't think they're going to run the table and go 7-1 in the SEC. But if they go 6-2, Cole, it doesn't guarantee you a spot in Atlanta, but Georgia was 6-2 in the SEC last year, and they got it. So if you go 6-2 in this league, that at least gives you an opportunity to be in the conference title game, and obviously that's the goal for any Texas fan.
Well, the good news is that Georgia may be coming in wounded animal mode because of what happens this weekend. Like I think Ole Miss, depending on how well they are able to show on up early, that could be a win. Georgia's played around with its food for too close for comfort. They've had slow starts defensively against Auburn, against Alabama, against Tennessee. They got lucky in 2 of those games to fight their way back. Offensively, they made the right adjustments. So, not ready to rule that out. My big question is, we all want to look at Arch. And I understand looking at Arch, he did not have a great start of the season. He had 2 bad interceptions in the Florida game. 2 very bad interceptions in the Florida game. He still had over 300 yards of offense and scored 3 times. So, I mean, I think that when you look back at that Florida game, as much as you want to put all the blame on the offense having a stagnant day, because they did give up 6 sacks, there were a lot of issues when it came to the inability to run the football. I look at the defense as being the reason why potentially they lost that football game. And it's infuriating because you see that defensive performance on Saturday. You see how well they were able to force John Mateer into making countless errors left and right. They bullied that offensive line. They finished with 5 sacks. They finished with 7 tackles for loss. And it's like, where was that a week ago against DJ Lagway? Or where was that a month ago in Columbus? Where was this version of Texas? Because the only reason I say that is because of you just want to give yourself that cushion, that ability to say, well, if this happens and this happens and this happens, we're still fine. Because Texas right now, the problem that I have is they may go 7-1. They still have to get to the SEC championship, I think, to be considered for a college football playoff bid.
Yeah.
If they finish the year off, 7-1, 6-2. If they finish the year off 6-2 in conference play and they're 9-3 overall, they're gonna have to make the SEC championship to be considered. Because I don't think that right now you can justifiably tell the committee, well, we lost by 7 on the road to Florida. To Ohio State, and we lost by 7 on the road to Florida, and we lost by 10 on the road to Georgia. But look at our wins against Kentucky and Vanderbilt and Mississippi State. That's got to count for something, right? And it's like, yeah, let's pump the brakes a little bit when you look at some of the other teams and what schedules they had to go through.
Yeah, I think for Texas to feel secure that they've got a spot in the 12-team playoff, they have to make it to Atlanta, right? And you can obviously do that by running the table the rest of the way. And like you said, there's a chance you do that if you lose one more time the rest of the way. So, look, this conference is going to cannibalize itself. I mean, I don't think there's any clear-cut best team in the SEC this year. And I don't want to say anybody can beat anybody. Like, I don't think Kentucky can beat Alabama. But it feels like, 14 or 15 teams can beat the other 14 or 15 teams on any given Saturday.
I would say obviously, but still, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have some huge matchups coming up. You just talked about one of them with Georgia and Ole Miss this Saturday. You're going to get some marquee matchups, big brand on big brand, but you're also going to see some teams slip up against teams that you don't expect them to slip up against. So there's going to be some chaos here. Cole, I haven't started looking at any tiebreaker scenarios yet. Texas has only played 2 conference games. It feels way too early for me to care about that kind of stuff. Last year it was easy, right? Georgia and Tennessee both were 6-2 in the conference. Georgia beat Tennessee. Boom. There's your head-to-head. That's the team that Texas plays in Atlanta. But when you get to, second and third and fourth and fifth tiebreakers, whatever that may be, again, conversation for another day. But that's where it's like you not only have to root for your own team, but you also have to scoreboard watch a little bit and start rooting against some of the other top dogs in this conference to make you feel better about your chances.
No, I mean, like you look at Alabama and you're like, hey, Tennessee comes to town this weekend, beat the crap out of them. Like just beat the crap out of them. Yeah. Not because of I hate Alabama, but it helps me. It gets us at a level of where we're now tied at 2-1 in the conference. You look at Ole Miss, you say, hey, Ole Miss, it'd be really nice if you did us a favor and beat Georgia this weekend. And then it would be even nicer if you also lost to Florida and we had a common opponent lost. That way I'm able to have a better record than you. Like that's what you're doing at this point is you're hoping that teams that have a better conference record than you find a way to stub their toe while you do everything to avoid the corner of the room and not hit your foot and scream bloody murder.
Yeah. So where are you at with Texas right now? I mean, I feel pretty confident. Again, this offensive line, if Texas does slip up, they're going to be the reason why. They're not elite. They're not great. They're not a strength of the team. I mean, they're still the biggest weakness that Texas has right now. And, we'll see because this starting 5 has only played 6 quarters together. And I thought the game against Oklahoma, the 4 quarters they played in Dallas were a lot better than the 2 quarters in the second half that they played against Florida. So maybe, hey, they found something and they've got a little chemistry and cohesion. And if that continues to progress a little bit week by week, then all right, maybe you start to feel good about the offensive line at some point down the road. But despite that, I still feel like Texas has enough pieces to make a legitimate run at this thing. Where are you at with Texas right now?
So I had them as a 10-2 in the preseason. I thought that they were going to lose 2 games, one being to Georgia and one being to Florida. So I picked the Florida upset well before it actually happened. And then I saw Florida and I said, go against your better judgment. Just go take Texas. Like just find a way to go take Texas at this point. Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me down, Sark. I still feel like right now, Georgia is one of those teams that we don't have a great gauge on where they are in terms of the pecking order for the SEC. I think we have a good gauge on them as a legit force in the college football playoff, which is they're not going to win the national title this year. They're not built to win the national title. There's so many faults with this team. They start off way too slow offensively. Defensively, they give up too many explosive plays. They're a team that probably can get to the semis, and that's where you kind of put their ceiling. So can you knock them out of that conversation by beating up on Georgia in Athens the way that Alabama did? Can you jump out to an early lead? But also, do you have an offensive line that can protect Arch Manning in an environment like Athens, GA, which is probably going to be a night game. They're either going to be 10-2 or 9-3. If they're 10-2, they're a lock for the college football playoff because number one, branding does matter to these people. Whether or not I agree with it, branding will always play a factor in over everything else. So Texas, 2 losses, big burnt orange logo, very big synonymous name that's linked to the college football playoff. They're in.
No, if you're 10-2 in the SEC though, Cole, you're getting in. Like even if you're Vandy and you're 10-2, you're getting in. I think it's like 9-3 is where maybe the brand or the logo could come into play.
So exactly. So like, but the thing is that there will be people who will argue that, well, if we have 10-2 teams, and let's just say we have 14 10-2 teams, which would be awesome for college football, but still, and there's only 12 spots. And one spot belongs to a G5 representative. And maybe they're 10-2 as well, or maybe they're 11-1, so it doesn't matter. But let's say we have 14 teams that are 10-2 or better. There will be people who will argue that Notre Dame belongs in because of look at the quality losses. Because of they lost to a college football playoff bound Miami and a conference champion Miami by 3 points on the road. And then Texas A&M, if they keep up their good work right now, which again, we know the battered Aggie syndrome could easily drop this weekend out in Fayetteville. They lost by 1 point at home to Texas A&M. So they'll say, well, look at our losses. Look at Texas losses. Who has better losses? Ohio State and a team that fired their head coach, or Notre Dame with 2 teams that are in the college football playoff and top 4 seeds? So that's where it's like, that matters. I think that when you bring up the 10-2, you look at Vanderbilt, you look at Texas. Vanderbilt may have the better resume. They may have more signature wins than Texas this year. They also would have the head-to-head loss with Texas for this to work. Right. So that would be the other thing to where you would have to have them be able to have the head-to-head. Texas will get in over them from that standpoint. Missouri may be 10-2 this year. They lose to Alabama, and let's just say they lose to Vanderbilt. We'll go Vanderbilt. Missouri then would have signature wins over Auburn. They would have wins over Oklahoma. They would have wins over Kansas. They would have wins over South Carolina. They would have wins over Arkansas. And so they have several common opponent wins with Texas.
Yeah.
But what most people would say is it's Texas. Texas, that big burnt orange logo. And whether or not we agree with it, you know that TV marketers want to promote the crap out of the playoff. They're going to give the edge to a team that they know that they can sell better. So that's where it's like at that standpoint of like 10-2. But 9 times out of 10, if you're 10-2 and you're in the SEC or the Big Ten, you're going to the college football playoff.
Yeah. I mean, look, we only have 1 year sample size of a 12-team playoff, and we're only going to get a total of 2 years of a 12-team college football playoff because we know starting next year there's going to be more teams in this thing. So it's hard to really like say with 100% certainty that if you do this, you're going to be in. And if you don't do this, you're not going to be in, because again, it's 1 year where we've had this format. So I think for Texas, look, you run the table, you're in. It's as simple as that. Of course, easier said than done, but like that's what it's going to take. And Steve Sarkisian in his Monday press conference talked about treating this Kentucky game like an SEC championship. And that's kind of the mindset that Texas has to have moving forward. And they've done this before. I know rival fan bases were dunking on Sark for saying that, oh, it's Kentucky. Why are you calling this an SEC championship game? Well, no, if you want to guarantee an opportunity to win the SEC championship, you have to win every single game that you have remaining in the SEC. So that's the mindset you have to have if you're Texas. You want to guarantee that you're in the playoff. You control your own destiny. You just went out the rest of the way. 10-2 is going to get you in, even if you're 10-3, because that third loss would happen in the SEC title game. They're not going to leave you out if you play that extra game. Just ask SMU last year. You'll be okay. But yeah, I mean, look, I feel pretty good about these next 3. The Georgia game, Cole, I don't know if there's anything that can happen. I don't care if Georgia loses to Ole Miss this weekend and they lose to, I don't know, Florida. I guess that's their other toughest game before Texas comes to town. I'm still going to feel like that's a loss for Texas. Like the only way I'm going to pick Texas to win against Georgia is if like 10 key players on the Bulldogs get hurt between now and November 15th. Maybe that's my UTSD kicking in. Maybe it's, nobody besides Alabama ever beats them. Maybe it's they've only lost 1 home game in the last 6 years. I don't know what it is, but like I don't see a scenario, regardless of what happens over these next 3 games for both teams, where I'm going to feel confident that Texas can run the table, because I'm not going to be confident that they can go win at Sanford.
So what if Gunnar Stockton got hurt and it was a season-ending injury? And let's say it was a season-ending injury the week before they play Texas.
Well,
So now you got a new quarterback being broken in that has mental reps, practice reps, but he doesn't have reps in actual live games outside of a fourth quarter blowout against Kentucky.
Cole, Texas had that happen to them in the SEC title game where Carson
Gunnar
Beck got
Stockton
hurt
that
at
came on
halftime.
him.
Yeah, and it's
Exactly.
like Gunnar Stockton wasn't he had that one good drive at the start of the third quarter, and once Texas realized what he was, it's like, oh, no, we're not scoring anymore. So, you know, it's the Texas offense and really the Texas kicker. That's the reason they lost that game.
Sure.
But like they had that happen to them in, I don't want to call it a neutral site because it was in Atlanta, but not as much of a road game as playing in Athens is going to be. And they still couldn't win. So, of course, I'd feel better about their chances if that scenario played out. But again, you call it battered Aggie syndrome is what you call it for A&M. We call it UTSD here around these parts. My UTSD would kick in, and I would still think that somehow, some way, we'd slip up there.
Who is the game that you're most worried about besides Georgia up to this point? Is it Arkansas or is it Vanderbilt?
It's definitely not Arkansas. I'm not worried about Arkansas.
So you're not worried about them having a top 5 scoring offense still in the country?
No.
Okay. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, let the record show. I mean, it should be A&M, right? Like I would pick Texas to beat A&M. I'm always going to pick Texas to beat A&M, but they're the highest ranked team in the SEC right now. Like I think Georgia's better than A&M, and I think obviously at Georgia makes that a tougher game. But I would say A&M is the second toughest game that Texas has left. Wouldn't you?
I would argue Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Depending on what happens this weekend.
Yeah.
I would argue Vanderbilt because what Vanderbilt does extremely well are 3 main elements that most teams that don't have the talent but have the right coach do often. Number 1, excellent on third down execution. They always seem to be able to convert. Number 2, they're great inside the red zone. They have a scoring opportunity of over 91%. Number 3, they win the time of possession. And why is that important? Because when you have a team that's trailing by 10 and they got to play up tempo, you want to take as much time off the clock to allow only like 5 or 6 plays for them to be able to run. Yeah. And so if Vanderbilt continues to show that over the next several weeks when they face off against Missouri and when they face off against Auburn and when they face off against LSU this weekend.
Yeah.
If they're able to win in all those categories once again, like Texas again, we can talk about how good that they looked at times during Saturday's game. And defensively, they were there. They still have questions on the offensive line. Like Trey Wisner, he had a great rushing performance. He single-handedly outrushed Oklahoma.
Yeah.
By 40 yards, he single-handedly outrushed Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But let's also remind ourselves, we saw a game less than 3 weeks ago where he was one of 2 running backs to finish with 15 total yards. So it's like, if Vanderbilt can slow you down in the rushing attack, that becomes a question. And then you put all the pressure on Arch Manning to have to deliver in a game where people aren't looking at Vanderbilt as an actual roster that can compete. So I think that's why I would lean it a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Look, I don't want to say like we're going to learn a lot about Vanderbilt these next 2 weeks because I feel like when you say that implies that you don't think they're good at all. And it's like if they lose these next 2 games and they're total frauds and they're a waste of time. But we are going to learn a lot about Vanderbilt these next 2 weeks. And I do wonder, they've got LSU this Saturday. They've got Mizzou next Saturday. Both of those games are home games. I think Vandy's favored this week against LSU. So they can beat both of those teams. But look, if they go 0-2 in that stretch and then they've got to come to Texas, it goes without saying I'll feel a lot better about the Longhorns' chances there. And also, I know Texas's next 2 games are on the road. You don't ever chalk up any road win as easy in this conference, but the Longhorns' next 2 opponents are a lot easier than what Vanderbilt has. Vanderbilt's going to exude a lot of energy trying to win these 2 games these next 2 weeks. I could see them being a bit worn down after playing 2 Tigers, LSU and Mizzou, and making that trip to Austin.
So I could see it. I can see that.
They're a good team. Don't get me wrong. Like I am high on Diego Pavia. I am high on the Commodores. They're a ranked team, and they're a top 20 team right now. And if they win this Saturday, people are going to be talking about them as a college football playoff team because they'll be 6-1 with some quality SEC wins, and that's a good spot for them to be in. Almost feels like a playoff elimination game between LSU and Vanderbilt on Saturday. So yeah, I don't want to chalk that up as a dub, but I feel pretty good about Texas's chances right now. I guess
I feel better about Texas's chances right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Cole Thompson filling in for the Buck. Everything's good with the Buck. Just a load management day. He will be back with us tomorrow. Should have said this at the start of the show, but of course, in Bucky's honor, good morning to the soldiers out in Fort Hood, Texas. The soldiers all across the state of Texas, all across the country, all across the world, fighting for us each and every day. We appreciate you and what you do for us. We appreciate your families as well. A couple of sponsor shout outs to get to. We will dive into the Jarrett Gibson news, also the Will Stone news, a couple of Texas Longhorns entering the transfer portal in a weird Tuesday afternoon news dump. We'll get into that in a moment, plus some SEC power rankings and some SEC superlatives, as sadly, we're already halfway through the college football regular season. I know, golly, I know. But we'll get some midseason awards across the conference because we've got Cole Thompson from SEC Unfiltered filling in. But first, let's do some sponsor shout-outs. We'll start with a word for our friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Also a shout out to our friends at the Altstadt Brewery. I know it's Wednesday, but you're already thinking about the weekend. We're all already thinking about the weekend. If you're looking for something fun to do this weekend, easy for me to say, how about a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery? Just a short drive away in Fredericksburg, right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. The Altstadt Brewery is the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. Maybe you're planning a winery tour to Fredericksburg. Make sure you stop by the Altstadt Brewery. They've got live music. They've got a German-style restaurant serving up all sorts of European cuisine, the indoor venue, the outdoor beer garden, plus you get tons of samples of the best beer in the world. I had a couple of Altstadt lagers last night out at Vincent's. Love me the Altstadt beer. It's the best beer for whatever you have going on all year long. But again, if you're looking for something fun to do on a weekend here in Central Texas, a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery, never a bad time. Check out their website, altstadtbeer.com, for more info. It's Altstadt Beer, no impurities, no regrets. And some love to our friends at Sue Patrick. I saw our guy Jay in the chat earlier this morning. I'm rocking a Sue Patrick Longhorn hat. The best selection of Texas gear that you can find all over Austin is at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Tons of free parking, so you could shop in store all day long without paying for a garage or anything like that. Or if you're lazy, or if you don't live in Austin and you want to shop online, SuePatrick.com. They've got free shipping on online orders over $59. Texas hats, shirts, polos. At some point, it will cool down a little bit. Probably not, but they've got long sleeves, they've got jackets, they've got sweaters, they've got tons of Texas accessories and great gifts as well. Good stocking stuffers as we get closer to the holiday season. A shout out to our great friends at Sue Patrick. And a quick shout out to CentexTickets.com. If you were in the market for tickets for any Texas football game, any Texans game, any Cowboys game, maybe F1 this weekend coming to town. Oh yeah, Centex Tickets, your one-stop shop for all of your ticketing needs. Buy or sell online with our great friends at CentexTickets.com. All right, Cole. Some interesting news for Texas football that dropped yesterday afternoon. A couple of Longhorns, according to multiple sources, we'll give credit to Inside Texas. I believe they had these stories first, but two different Longhorns have decided to leave the program at the midway point in the season. Running back Jarrett Gibson and kicker Will Stone are both planning to redshirt for the rest of 2025 and hit the transfer portal following the conclusion of this season. Real quick on Will Stone, because I think there's more to talk about with Jarrett Gibson. You know, Will Stone has been this team's kickoff specialist since 2022, and he's done a pretty good job of that, right? More touchbacks than not. Hasn't allowed a kickoff return touchdown in his Longhorn career. Not a ton of stats you've got for a kickoff specialist, but Will Stone was solid at that job, and I understand this. He's a senior if he played in one more game, he was going to exhaust his remaining college eligibility. My guess is Will Stone wants to kick field goal somewhere. And probably, like most guys on this Longhorn roster, he would like to play on Sundays. You have no chance to play on Sundays if you're a kickoff guy. Cole, 53-man NFL rosters, there's not a space for a kickoff specialist. It's the place kicker who does the kickoffs. So Will Stone, I assume he's going to transfer to a place where he can actually kick some field goals. And if he puts together a good year, maybe he can get on some NFL teams' radars. But you understand his decision. You wish him all the best. Of course, you wish both of these guys all the best. But Mason Shipley will take over kickoff duties for the Horns. He's already done that twice, I should say, in 2 games this year. So there you go. Will Stone leaving Texas. The headline grabber, if you will, maybe more of a head scratcher. By the way, shout out to our guy, Jake Asman, good friend of both of us, for a nice $2 super chat this morning.
Love Jake. We do love Jake.
Bringing our gal media.
By the way, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to bring this up. There is an NFL kicker currently in the league that was a kickoff specialist. Do you know who it is?
I do not.
I'll give you a hint. NFC.
Oh, man. You're putting my kicker knowledge to the test here. He was a kickoff specialist in college?
In college at Texas State and then later Arkansas.
Oh. No, I don't know.
Jake Bates for the Detroit Lions.
Jake Bates. Wow.
He had 1 hit field goal his entire career, and he was a kickoff specialist.
Look, you
never say never. Give up on your dreams, Mr. Stone.
You're right. Hey, you could be Jake Bates. You could be Brandon Aubrey. I mean, Brandon Aubrey played college soccer. And then
that one still is shocking to me.
Yeah.
That still to this day is beyond mind-boggling to me that he never played in college. And just, you know what? I kicked it really far. I'm not going to be the GOAT of the NFL.
How do you learn that you can do that?
I have no idea.
Insane. I mean, yeah, he was working as like a software engineer.
How do you learn that you just need 2 plays to get in field goal position for this guy?
It's insane.
How do you know that?
He's ridiculous. His story is ridiculous. All right, so multiple ways to skin a cat. So, hey, Will Stone, you could have stuck it out, man. You could have stayed at Texas as the kickoff specialist.
Made it to the pros.
Still made it to the pros. Well, now I'm mad. I wasn't mad. I was supporting the kid. Now I'm like, what are you doing? We need you.
If Jake Bates could do it, you could do it, buddy. Everything is possible.
Shout out to Jake Bates, former Texas State Bobcat. So there's Will Stone. But obviously the bigger news, I think, for Texas fans is the departure of second-year running back Jarrett Gibson. Cole, this one's interesting because, Jarrett Gibson was the 3rd-ranked running back in the country for the class of 2024. He was once committed to Florida. Texas went into the state of Florida and was able to convince Gibson to commit and ultimately sign with the Longhorns. And it felt like a huge recruiting win for Steve Sarkisian and Tashard Choice, who, of course, was the Horns running backs coach at the time. And then all of a sudden, through 3 games last year, Jarrett Gibson's true freshman season, he is the Longhorns' leading rusher. Now, Texas was obviously dealt a horrible hand with C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark getting hurt during fall camp last year, so that opened up the door for Gibson to get those early opportunities. But he was Texas's leading rusher against Michigan. He scored a touchdown in that game, and he played a lot in the first 3 weeks of the season. And it's like, oh, man, if this guy's doing this already, then just watch out. He's going to be a big part of what this offense and what this running game is going to be in the future. And obviously last year, Trey Wisner emerges, goes for 1,000 yards. Jaden Blue kind of fixed his early season fumbleitis, which is why Jarrett Gibson was playing so much. And Jarrett Gibson kind of got resorted to the number 3 running back on the team, but still he was playing a little bit. And it's like, all right, you're a true freshman. Just wait your turn. Your time will come and you're going to still be a big part of things. Well, we go to year 2 this year, 2025. Obviously, Texas gets C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark from injury. It's a pretty loaded running back room. And, Jarrett Gibson does not see the field against Ohio State. It's like, all right, maybe that's fine. The next 3 games, the 3 other non-conference games, 7 carries against San Jose State, 18 carries against UTEP, 11 carries against Sam Houston. And I get Trey Wisner missed all 3 of those games, and C.J. Baxter basically missed 2 of them. But it's still like, all right, there's a role for Jarrett Gibson on this team. And when we get to conference play, yeah, he might be the number 3 guy, but he's still going to be a part of this thing. And then all of a sudden we get to the Florida game, Cole, and this is where maybe the writing started to show up on the wall. I mentioned it. Jared Gibson is from Florida. Cole, Jared Gibson's from Gainesville. He ended up at IMG Academy, but his freshman year of high school ball was at Gainesville High. And it's like, it felt like a no-brainer that he was going to play in that game. And you couple that with the fact that the 3 running backs who did play for the Longhorns combined for 15 yards on 11 carries. Everyone was like, where's Jared Gibson? Like, why is he not seeing the field? What's going on here? And then he plays just 2 snaps against OU, has 1 carry this past Saturday. So 2 conference games, 2 snaps, 1 touch. And I guess that was the final straw for Jared Gibson, and he's out.
The Florida game to me, I think, is already decided.
Yeah.
I think it has to be there. Because think about it. Let's say that you, as somebody that you grew up in Dallas, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say that you went to Clemson. Let's say you got a scholarship to go to Clemson and you were a wide receiver. And you want to go show on out at Gerald Ford Stadium, SMU. Friends, family, former coaches, people who still talk about you as a legend in that area. You want to show on out for them. And they all come to the game. They're all excited to see you play. And you know that there is an issue when it comes to, I mean, you know that right now there's an issue when it comes to the receiving position. Receivers are dropping balls left and right. Mm-hmm. Nobody's able to create any separation. You can get your shot. Maybe you can create some separation. And you play a grand total of 0 snaps at University Park. And Clemson loses. Wouldn't you feel a little upset?
Sure.
I mean, wouldn't you be a little disgruntled on why didn't I get my opportunity? We're not running the football efficiently. We're not able to move anything on the ground. I've been at one point a lead back for this team. We're down, and there's some reason that you think that going back to the well with what you currently are using is better than what you got with me. And my friends are here, and my family is here, and I could have been on that sideline being a part of a winning culture in this game and beating your ass. I could be there. And instead, I'm sitting here watching us lose, and I can't even get in and do anything about it.
Yeah.
I think the writing was on the wall at that point. The tenure in Texas was short-lived.
Yeah, and, Texas has played 6 games. It's rare that you get transfer news this late in the season, right?
Yeah.
It usually happens after week 4, or I should say your 4th game, where portal news, in-season portal news drops. But again, Jared Gibson, no snaps against Ohio State, no snaps against Florida. He has only appeared in 4 games, so he still can use this as a redshirt year and preserve this year of eligibility. So he'll still have 3 more years of college football remaining after this one. So that's part of the reason why this decision is being made right now. Jared Gibson, again, same thing with Will Stone. Jared Gibson, I think, wants to play on Sundays. I don't know if the NFL really values like year 5 running backs, because that's a position that burns out quicker than any other on the football field. And they don't want guys with a bunch of tread on their tires and a bunch of hits that they've taken. So I don't know how important that is, but things must have gotten so bad for Jared Gibson where he just couldn't stick it out this year. And look, I think the reason why Jared Gibson hasn't played that much, and maybe we'll hear from Sark. I'm sure Sark's going to get asked about this tomorrow during his next press conference. But, I mean, Jared Gibson had 4 fumbles and only 115 career carries. That's 1 per 29 and a half. Like that's not good. And I had heard stories, Cole, that Jared Gibson had some fumbling problems in practice, like all off season long, both in the spring and in the fall. So trust is a big deal for this coaching staff. Steve Sarkisian is very open about that. I think it's a big deal for every coaching staff, but Sark has publicly talked about like he needs to trust you to play you. And he's also openly talked a lot about, hey, what happens in practice determines who plays in games. So if you're a running back who's fumbling in practice and fumbling in games, and you've got Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter and Christian Clark and James Simon. I know those last 2 guys haven't done a whole lot, but they're also highly regarded recruits and guys with some talent. If you've got other options at running back who don't fumble the football, then those guys are going to play over you. So I think that's what it is. Like, I don't think Steve Sarkisian trusted Jared Gibson anymore. It felt like Gibson had been relegated to 5th on the depth chart. And I think that's a big part. Again, with the transfer rule too, he could still keep this year of eligibility. That's why it's happening right now. He didn't see a clear path to playing a lot this year. And look, Trey Wisner can come back next year. CJ Baxter can come back next year. Texas right now has a commit from a 5-star running back, Derek Cooper, also from the state of Florida. Hope he signs. Christian Clark, James, like all of those other guys will be back. So Cole,
Yeah.
Bucky and I have been talking about this for a while, and I'm sorry to rant here. I'll give you the floor in a second.
No.
Bucky and I have been talking about this for a while. Like we felt like at least one of those guys was going to transfer in the offseason, maybe two of them, because there's just too many bodies in there and guys want to play.
Could.
Yeah, and it still could. But I didn't expect it to happen right now. But obviously, logjam in the running back room, Gibson not seeing a clear path to playing, he decides to leave midseason.
Well, you also got to leave right now because of maybe it'll give you an advantage to get with the new team and view yourself as potentially the feature back. You get to learn the offense. You get to be a part of the culture. You get to be inside the locker room, going through meetings, understanding what is the overall atmosphere of what you get to play in. And so if you already knew you were transferring, you knew that you weren't going to have a long-time role with this team. And let's just say that your role continued to diminish slowly but surely over the next few games. Like he had, what was it? He had -3 yards. Did he have 1 carry or 2 carries in the game against Texas?
1 carry, 2 snaps.
2 snaps in the game against Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So imagine we're seeing that more and more and more. And it's just like 1 carry, 2 snaps. What's the point of being there when you know that there are going to be teams that are looking for running backs that could come on in, learn the offense, and be good to go by 2026?
Yeah.
So sometimes you just got to do what's best for you. I don't know where he's going to land. I don't know what teams view him as. Is he a 3rd down chain mover? Is he a full threads 3-down back? Is he somebody that can add tremendous value after the contact? Like, what is going to be his role will ultimately, I think, determine where he wants to go. And depending on how that role is utilized, he also is going to have a serious conversation of, do I want to stay at a Power 4 program, a big school where I'm going to be a rotational option and somebody that has to fight his way on for reps? Or do I go the G5 route and maybe become the feature back for this team moving forward? And there'll be schools out there that will look at him in Florida, in the Carolinas, and Georgia. You know, there will be a location for a guy like Jarrett Gibson to bounce back up. It just, unfortunately, when you are a place like Texas, it's not a what have you done for me? It's what have you done for me lately? And in 2 games, it was clear that he ain't doing much for us. We're going to go in a different direction. Somebody else is going to have to go ahead and tilt the rock a little bit more. Yeah. Therefore, we're going to move off of him, and he realized that pretty quick.
Yeah, and LaMarcus brings up a good point. I don't know why, like, handles are showing up instead of people's names on YouTube this week, but that's out of our control. Hopefully that gets cleaned up soon. But yeah, I mean, James Simon, who's a true freshman, obviously a year behind Jarrett Gibson, got 3 carries against Oklahoma. So I know it's only 1 game, but again, you combine the Florida game with the Oklahoma game and the Ohio State game. And like you said, Jarrett Gibson just wanting other opportunities. And I think he'll get looks from Power 4 schools. I mean, this is a guy, again, the number 3 running back recruit in America in the class of 2024 and a top 80 player overall. I mean, he had offers. I'm looking at his recruiting page right now. You know, Bama, Georgia, Florida, Florida State, Miami, Ohio State, Penn State, Tennessee, like big time programs all across the country. I think he's going to get some looks there. Now, you go to any of those schools and you got to compete, and it's not like they only recruited you. Okay.
Yeah.
They bring in 4- and 5-star running backs every single year. So if you want to play here, yeah, we'll bring you in, but you got to compete and earn your playing time. So I think those offers will be there if he wants it, or like you said, if he wants to. And again, there's differences in Power 4. So he could go to a place like, I don't know, North Carolina. Well, no one wants to go to North Carolina right now, but you know, like a middle of the road ACC team and probably be a starter pretty early on. So what is he looking for? I don't know. I think he's looking for playing time, which is why he left Texas. So where does he go for that? But for Texas, you know, bringing this thing back home, look, I think the Longhorns will be fine, but getting CJ Baxter back and keeping CJ Baxter on the field feels a little bit more important right now. Because without Baxter, and it sounds like Baxter's slated to play this weekend. We'll get the first injury reports of the week tonight, so we'll get an actual update there. But our own Chip Brown reported on Sunday that, you know, Baxter is trending to be able to return this weekend in Lexington. But if Baxter is out, then you've got really 3 running backs that you trust. It's Trey Wisner, who I think people trust a lot more right now after what he just did. It's James Simon, the true freshman, and it's Christian Clark, the redshirt freshman who did not play at all last year. So not a lot of experience in your running back room. I know you've got Ricky Stewart there, but we haven't seen him play. I don't think we'll see him play this season. So yeah, getting CJ Baxter back and making sure Wisner and Baxter can stay healthy. Talking about this team making a run at an SEC championship game and getting back to the college football playoff. Those 2 guys staying on the field felt important before yesterday. They feel even more important now with the departure of the baby Rhino. Cole, he got a nickname not even 3 games into his freshman year. That's a big deal. Jared Gibson, they called him the baby Rhino last year.
When did they call him the baby Rhino?
Baby Rhino was his nickname. I can't remember who coined it, but like his teammates were calling him that. His coaches were calling him that. Like, it's like, that's a cool nickname for a guy.
Well, now it's just like, why are we letting go of baby Rhino? Why Trey Wisner, get the hell out of here. Where's your cool nickname? You don't have one. we got to call you by your full name according to what your mama says. So now we got to go ahead and make sure, and it's hard for all of us to remember it. So we got cool nickname Jared Gibson leaving the floor. What are we doing?
Oh man, no, I don't know. Well, Trey Wisner is now the Sooner Slayer. That's what I'm calling him with what he's done to Oklahoma the last 2 years. But also, I got to include something about the A&M game because he ran all over them last year too. But yeah, baby Rhino no longer with the program. Cool nickname too, but not to be. Jared Gibson did play at the 330. He was credited with 0 offensive snaps, Nick. So I don't know if that came on special teams. I don't know what happened, but he was credited with 0 snaps on offense, according to multiple places that I looked. So I don't know the deal there. But Jared Gibson will be playing 0 more snaps for Texas going forward. I can tell you.
Where would you like to see him play just off the top of your head right now?
I guess not in the SEC.
Yeah, I want him out.
Right. Like, Bucky will talk about this tomorrow when he's back with us. And look, Bucky was really pissed that Jared Gibson didn't get in the game against Florida. Yeah. He thought that was a missed opportunity, more from a recruiting standpoint than like a trying to win the football game standpoint. He was like, man, that is a Gainesville kid. You're trying to recruit the state of Florida, like, and you don't let a Florida kid play in his home city. What are we doing here? That was a missed opportunity. I don't subscribe to that belief nearly as much as Bucky does, but Bucky's also recruited and I haven't. But I know he was pissed about that deal. And when I actually called him yesterday afternoon, he's not on Twitter, so he didn't see this shit.
Of course he did.
I'm like, hey, Jared Gibson left. And he's like, he wasn't surprised by it at all. But Bucky also wasn't very high on Jared Gibson, like as a player. He was calling him a fullback. He just felt like he was a straight line runner, not really a make you miss in space kind of guy. And, there's so many good running backs in this conference, who can both make you miss and be straight line guys when they need to be. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen enough from Jared Gibson to where I'd be really scared if he ended up on another SEC team, but I still would like to not play him every year just in case, That makes sense? Am I talking out of both sides of my mouth there?
Wake Forest.
Yeah, Wake Forest is fine.
Let him go Wake Forest.
All right, I'm okay with
that.
Let him
work on Rob Ethel's offense. I'd love to see it.
That works. So, no, I mean, we wish him all the best. Hate that it didn't work at Texas, but it's a jam-packed running back room. And Texas, again, they already have 1 running back committed. They're probably going to sign 2 in this class this year. So that's 2 more guys who are coming in who could take some opportunities away from you. So, there may be another player who transfers after the year. I don't think anybody else is transferring mid-season. But that's what happens. It's a good sign. This is a natural thing. This happens at elite programs, and we're trying to get Texas to elite status again. So that's how it goes. You got attrition.
Are you one of those people who, when you say, I wish them the best, but let's make sure they also are worse than what they were at Texas? Are you one of those people?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Just making sure you're petty enough to be like, hey, listen, I want you to have a good career. It's just whatever you're going to do at Texas, don't do that there. Don't make me instantly regret it later.
Most of I'm petty, and people might think I'm a bad guy for this. Guess what? I am a bad guy, not just for this. I like when I say I wish him the best, I mean that in life. Hope he has a great life.
Yeah.
Hope he gets a degree from a great school and has a bunch of success in what he does. I don't want him to go to another school and be a 1,000-yard rusher for the next couple of seasons.
You are excited to see Jarrett Gibson, attorney at law. It'd be a great move for him. Listen, I mean, he went to law school. He passed the bar. He can now practice in the state of Florida. And he probably got a fantastic degree from Florida Atlantic University. Just good on you, buddy. Like that's what
Oh, you're degrading him from Wake Forest to FAU. He can't even go to Wake anymore.
Well, if he wants to practice law in the state of Florida, he's got to go down there at some point. So problem solved.
Hey, Dr. Gibson, best of luck, my friend.
We're excited to go to our new favorite podiatrist, Dr. Gibson. He'll know his way around a pair of feet.
Oh, man. So there you go. There's your news from Texas yesterday afternoon. Again, a Tuesday news dump. Jarrett Gibson and Will Stone no longer with the program. Not huge contributors for the Longhorns, but obviously you lose some depth at running back and you lose your kickoff specialist on special teams. I guess the only sort of special teams thing, again, Mason Shipley has kicked off in 2 games this year. I'm not sure how many people realize he's right-footed and Will Stone is left-footed. So maybe you have to change something up with your special teams formations. That's for Jeff Banks to figure out. We don't need to go down that road. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Again, Cole Thompson filling in for the Buck today. Load management day for the Buck. He will be back with us tomorrow. Of course, we'll get his thoughts on this Jarrett Gibson news when he returns. We've got some SEC power rankings and some SEC superlatives to get into. Again, we're at the midway point of the regular season, so we'll hand out some half-year awards in this conference. But before we do that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs? We will start with a word from our buddy Tom McKay and the kid over at Audiovisual Consultation.
This is the kid with Audiovisual Consultation.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
Oh, yeah, baby. Love AV Consultation. Shout out to hockey season. Shout out to the Dallas Stars, who are 3-0 on the young season. Nice win over the Minnesota Wild last night. Shout out AV Consultations. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking to upgrade your home, Cole, you're a new homo, right?
I am.
There you go. If you want to make the call to McCall Custom Homes, I bet he'd go down to Houston to take care of you. But hey, if you're up in Central Texas and you want to make some changes to your current place, remodel a kitchen, renovate a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you've got a growing family and you need to add on to your home. Don't buy or sell. The market sucks. That's a pain in the ass. You bought your place for a reason. Just make it better. You can do that with McCall Custom Homes, custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas with 4 decades of experience, and all of that experience has happened right here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Tons of 5-star reviews online. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com for more. And right now they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. So again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com for more information. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And some quick love to our friends at the Circuit of the Americas. Oh, yeah, the COTA text line. We talk about it all the time, all powered by our friends at COTA. Coming up this weekend, F1, the big race on Sunday. Of course, you've got practice and qualifying on Friday and Saturday. How about these 3 concerts, Cole? Kygo on Friday, Garth Brooks on Saturday, Turnpike Troubadours on Sunday.
Now we're talking.
Major action going on at the circuit all weekend long. I'm going to be at the race on Sunday. I'm going to be at that Turnpike concert as well.
You lucky son of a gun.
Yeah, I'm pumped, man. I love going out to Coda. It's one of my favorite places in the world. Obviously, this weekend is special with F1. A lot of great people watching, Cole. If you're ever looking for a place to people watch, look, the airport is always number one, but Coda, man, you get folks from all over the world because obviously F1 is such a massively popular sport around the globe. There is some prime people watching going on at the circuit.
I'm just still thinking about Turnpike. I haven't seen them in years. Good God. Is this your first time seeing them?
First time seeing them.
Oh, you are in for a treat, my dude. They sound awesome.
Yeah.
That was arguably in the last 10 years one of the best concerts I've been to.
Wow.
And I forced Kirsten. I remember because we had tickets to the rodeo and I had the passes that would let us go up in the press box. And she's like, do I really want to go to this one? I don't really care if you want to go to this one. We are going to this concert. And she pulled me aside afterwards. She's like, thank you for dragging me to this concert. I sincerely appreciate it. So whoever you go with, drag them to go see Turnpike. And when they're playing 7-7, just go ahead and have yourself a moment in the feels of, wow, I'm experiencing something magical.
That's great. Yeah, I'm taking the girl, and she's a huge Turnpike fan too.
Yes.
So she's very excited as well. And she's never experienced F1, so I'm excited to take her to that. I think she's probably more excited for the concert, but yeah, should be fun. Turnpike, they're Okies. I don't know if they're Sooners, but they're from Oklahoma, but they do a good job, and I love hearing that they put on a good show too. I'm very excited now for F1. So
we'll save the fact they're from Oklahoma as long as you're who are you pulling for to win on Sunday?
Who am I pulling? Oh, in F1?
Yeah, in F1.
I'd be lying if I told you I really cared.
Yep, exactly. I was going to put you on the spot like that.
Yeah, I never I'm not a big enough F1 fan to where I have a favorite driver or a favorite team, right? Sure. Red Bull, Mercedes, whatever. People have their favorite team. I enjoy a good race. I hope we get a few passes. I hope we get a good crash or two. That's really what I'm looking for. Just some action.
That's what you're locked in for. I got you.
Yeah. So, but the people watching, there are the diehards who live and die with every single moment. And when there's a pass, here's what I just don't really get F1 enough, I guess.
Yeah.
When someone passes somebody to move from 6th to 5th and people go nuts, I'm like, why?
What are we doing?
What
are we doing?
He's like 30 seconds behind the leader, and we're going crazy for this.
Yeah.
But I know it's about points and teams and this, that, and the other. So it's look, I respect the hell out of F1. I never watched Drive to Survive. Did you ever watch that show on Netflix?
No, I've never got into it.
See, I'm sure it's amazing. The reason I didn't is because I don't need another sport to be a diehard fan of. I just don't have the time.
Yeah, I mean,
I knew I was going to get hooked if I watched just like everybody else did.
What was so funny is that last night I went back and forth from watching the NLCS to New Mexico State versus Liberty to South Alabama versus Arkansas State, which by the way, epic finish out in Mobile last night. To back to the NLCS to then the Stars versus the Wild came on. And I got locked into that game. And it was 3-0 when I finally decided to turn it on off. And she's like, you have no dog in this fight. I was like, yeah, but the Blackhawks aren't on tonight, honey. I have to find a way to go ahead and get my brain rolling on some location. Why is it this one? You hate the Stars. I know. So I'm rooting for the Wild. There we go. Problem solved.
Hey, it's sports. Come on. It's sports. It's the best sports month of the year. So much going on. And every single sport. Well, basketball is about to come back. So we're about to have the big four all going on at the same time. And
for like a week.
It's awesome, man. It's so glorious. Great time to be a sports fan. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Again, the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Cole, I'll let you pick here. We could do SEC power rankings, or we could do SEC superlatives.
Let's go to the soups.
Let's go to the
soups first.
Soups first. All right, so I came up with 7. Again, we're at the midway point of the college football regular season, sadly. Sorry to keep bringing that up. I know that's kind of a depressing thought.
Why do you hate me? I mean, sincerely, I just don't understand.
It's interesting. 15 SEC teams have played 6 games. Yeah. So for every team except for one in this conference, we are at the halfway point of the year. The one team that hasn't, the team the Longhorns will play this weekend.
Yep.
I feel so bad for Kentucky, because they've already used both of their buys. They don't have another buy coming up. So they have 7 games in a row to end the year. And I'm like, Texas is in the middle of 5 straight. And I'm like, dude, this is a gauntlet. Like this could be what make or breaks the season here. Kentucky's got to play 7 straight games starting this weekend against the Horns. That is brutal.
I don't feel bad for Kentucky because I picked Kentucky to finish dead last in the conference. I had them as the number 16 team. Yeah. And so this is a way to almost guarantee it happens. I'll tell you who I'd feel bad for. And I don't feel bad for them entirely, but I still feel bad for them enough because let's just be real. It is a steep slope. Miami had a bye week after week 3. Then they play in week 5 against Florida State. Then they have another bye week. They've used up both of their bye weeks in between a game against Florida State. They have 7 straight games to close out the year, including 3 games if you throw in the ACC championship on the road. And 2 of them are in cold weather cities. Wow. Virginia Tech and Pitt.
Well, the good news for them is it's the ACC and all those teams that they play suck.
Yep.
Which a little different than Kentucky and the SEC, but that is brutal. So yeah, Texas, we got it pretty good with where our bye weeks were scheduled. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't take advantage of the first one because we lost the week after. But getting 2 weeks to prepare for Georgia and really 2 weeks to get ready for that final home stretch with Georgia, Arkansas, and A&M, I'll take where the Longhorns have their byes. But anyways, basically the midway point of the year in the conference. Cole, the first category, best team. In your eyes, who has been the best team in the SEC through the first 6 games of this season?
You're going to hate me. I know. You know who I'm going with. I'm going to Texas A&M.
Yeah.
I'm going to Texas. Here's the thing about Texas A&M. Texas A&M this year has been like basically let's just say I'm the college football playoff and I'm trying to find my perfect date. And I've been screwed over by teams in the past. I've been hurt and I've been bamboozled and sideswiped. And so I'm looking for all the red flags. And it's like every single time I see Texas A&M, they check off a box that isn't a red flag. It's like, oh, we can't throw the football this day. Okay, well, we're just going to run it for 350 yards against Mississippi State. Oh, well, we can't get the offense efficiently inside the red zone. Okay, so we're just going to sack Jackson Arnold 7 times and then get 9 tackles for losses. Oh, we can't find a way to run the football efficiently in this matchup. Okay, well, we're going to have a quarterback connect with Mario Craver and Casey Concepcion for a total of 18 receptions, 287 yards, and 4 touchdown passes. Like, it's just checkbox, checkbox, checkbox. All the red flags are not showing up anymore. You beat a top 10 team on the road in Notre Dame, regardless of what we thought about the 4th down holding call. You found a way to be able to beat up to teams that are not at your competition, Florida and Mississippi State. The only red box that I have left checked is how do you look on the road in the SEC? And we're going to find out this weekend against Arkansas. So I hate saying it because of Texas A&M, the battered Aggie syndrome, the Texas 8-4 jokes. They're supposed to be here for another year.
Yeah.
But there's so many things I continuously look at, and I'm like, where's the fault in this team? Like, where does the other shoe drop at this point?
Yeah, they're a good team. And I think you hit the nail on the head, right? The mark of a very good team is a team that can win games in multiple ways, right? Like, you don't need your offense to show up every game for you to win. You don't need your defense to show up every game. You don't need your quarterback. Like, they are winning games in a variety of different ways, and that is a good sign. Now, you're right. Like, they've got a pretty favorable schedule to this point, but that win in South Bend, very impressive. Even if Notre Dame is not the same Notre Dame team that they were a year ago, you give them their flowers for that. And these next 3 games are going to be big. All right, their first 3 SEC games all at home. Their next 3 all on the road. Arkansas, they should win. I think they're 7 to 8 point favorites this Saturday. But then at LSU, at Missouri, what happens in those games? That's where that other shoe could maybe start to drop. But look, the Aggies, they've earned their ranking where they're at right now. They're the highest ranked team in the SEC. And they're having a great start. They've been a pleasant surprise. Pleasant surprise. Not really pleasant.
Not really.
I'm going to go with Alabama as the best team.
Ooh.
I get it. The Florida State game happened. They've got a loss, and there are a few teams in this conference that are undefeated right now. But you go on the road and beat Georgia. I mean, no one's won in Sanford Stadium in more than 6 years. You beat Vanderbilt. You go win at Missouri. Like, I feel like they have maybe the Heisman front runner playing quarterback right now. That defense has figured some things out. I just like, if we were doing an SEC power rankings, which maybe we will do a little bit later in the hour, I have Alabama as my number one team in this conference. So they are, I think, the best team in this league right now. And because of that, they are the best team in the SEC.
You are not going to hear any pushback from me.
I know, Alabama grad. I know I will not.
Not even a little bit.
So here's, I'll give mine first. Biggest surprise for me, that's A&M, for all the reasons that you just talked about, right? Like, I thought A&M was going to be pretty good this year. I'll be honest, like, to this point in the year, season's not done, long way to go, but my Marcel Reed take is not looking very good. Like, I'm on the record. I don't have to re-say this because I don't know how many people remember this. I thought Marcel Reed would be benched by the time the Texas game happened. I just thought he would be a problem. Now, I guess there's still time for that to happen, but I would be stunned at this point if that is actually the case for that Black Friday game. Marcel Reed's been better than I thought. I mean, A&M, obviously, I didn't see them going into South Bend and winning. I didn't see them being the highest ranked team in the conference in the middle of October. They are, without question, in year 2 of the Mike Elko era, the biggest surprise for me in this conference thus far.
The inability to see a constant offense for LSU has been my biggest surprise this year.
Okay.
So we're going negative, but a big surprise.
Yeah, I like it.
Because here's the thing. LSU for years, what did we talk about with them underneath Brian Kelly? Offense good enough to win a national title, defense that got them out of the college football playoff. So what did Brian Kelly do this offseason? He went out and he said, I'm going to take all of these defensive pieces and I'm going to bring them down to Baton Rouge, and that's not going to be a problem. And the college football gods looked down on him, smiled, and said, well, you're Brian Kelly, so we have to make this hard for you. We have to make life challenging for you. So we're going to give you the 113th ranked offense, 113th ranked rushing offense, the 78th ranked passing offense. You're going to give up more sacks through the first 6 games than you gave up during the regular season last year. Your quarterback's going to be inconsistent at best. He's going to regress as a passer. Oh, and on top of that, your wide receivers that at last season's point were supposed to be a strength, and after all the names you brought on in, still kind of a weakness. And you're going to be winning rock fight games. You're going to go down to the wire against Florida, and you're never going to be able to efficiently run the football. You're not going to have the best performance of your life against South Carolina. You're going to have 3 turnovers inside the red zone, and you're going to lose to a quarterback who, I might add in, played at Ferris State and only started last season because of an injury. That's what you have. And our fan base is about ready to lose its mind despite sitting at 5-1 in the hunt for the college football playoff.
So I haven't watched a ton of LSU. Like, I watched the whole game against Clemson, and then I watched the whole game against Florida. But because Texas doesn't play LSU this year, I haven't been like as locked in as you have. Obviously, you covering the whole conference. You gave the stats. Like, why? Does it make any sense that the offense is this inept?
Offensive line's bad.
Okay.
Like they had a great offensive line for 2 years. That was probably the backbone of the team. And then they lose Frazier and they lose Dellinger and they lose Campbell to the NFL. And they go in and they backdoor replace them with a lot of transfer pieces. They bring in the kid from Virginia Tech. They bring in Josh Thompson from Northwestern. They have some young freshmen that are starting at right tackle. So it's some young and it's some old pieces combined. The thing that has always been so funny to me is when you watch an offensive lineman leave, and this is the one thing that I do think is very similar between the NFL and college. When you watch an offensive lineman leave their current predicament and they're not signed to a new deal or they're not viewed as a full-time starter, there's a reason they left. It's because they're the weak link. It's because they're not actually meeting the expectations. And so when Josh Thompson came here, I thought it was because Northwestern, bad football team. Come to find out, he's just an average football player, and he wanted to get paid, and LSU was wanting to give him back. When the kid from Virginia Tech left, he was a part-time starter at Virginia Tech. So you add all that together, and it's a youthful offensive line. It just feels like they're taking a massive step back simply because they don't have the Jimmies and Joes up front. And so you can't run the football because there's not a lot of life when it comes to the creating a separation in the middle of the field. Garrett Nussmeier is running for his life because of how good the pressure rate is at times. So those are things that have really come back to kind of bite, I think, LSU in the ass when it comes to them offensively.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a stunner. They've played 6 games, 5 against FBS teams. The most points they've scored in an FBS game, 23. That was against Louisiana Tech.
Yeah.
Like, they had 5 interceptions off of DJ Lagway, only scored 20 points in that game. Well, they had a pick 6 in that too, and they only scored 20 total in that one. The offense has been a big-time struggle, but LSU 5-1, and they're playing a ranked Vanderbilt team. If they win that game, they'll be 6-1 and squarely in the college football playoff conversation. All right, Cole. So, well, the next one is biggest letdown. Do you have something else for that? I know you just kind of gave a letdown. If you need me to go first, let me know.
No, Florida's preseason hype. I mean, Florida, because the problem is we all bought into the bit. Like, a lot of us really fell for the trap that was Florida, DJ Lagway, give Billy another year to figure some things out. He'll get the job done. Look at the wide receiver room that you have. Look at the defense that you're bringing back. Look at the offensive line that you're bringing back. And then you proceed to have a horrible play caller in Billy Napier, and it leads to a loss against South Florida. And then you don't get the ball moving at all against Miami. And then you don't get the ball moving at all against LSU. And then you win against Texas, and it looks awesome. And Dallas Wilson's a stud, and you have DJ Lagway looking like vintage DJ Lagway, and things are trending upward. And then here comes Texas A&M, a team that at the start of the year, I thought this was going to be one of the biggest trap games for both teams and could have massive college football playoff implications. And we're going to lose that one, and we're going to lose emphatically. And our offense is going to have 3 turnovers, and we're not going to run the football once again. And Jaden Baugh, who is our best asset, is going to see the field on 30% of snaps. And Lagway is going to only average 6 yards a throw. And now we're sitting at 2-4, and we can only win one more. We have to basically win on out for us to save our jobs. So buying the stock into Billy Napier, buying the stock into what this team was supposed to be, how well of talent that they had, it just feels like a sour taste in your mouth. Like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Fool me twice. Shame on me.
Can't get fooled again. I'm so disappointed that Texas lost that game to Florida because Florida's just a bad football team. I know they have talent, and look, Florida's beaten some good teams in the Billy Napier era, so Texas isn't alone, but that one's going to hurt for a while. And obviously, if that's the game that keeps Texas out of the SEC title or the playoff or both, then that one's really going to sting. I can't have Florida as the biggest letdown because they beat us, but hard to argue too much there. Thank you for not picking Texas. I think
you're welcome.
Most people would probably pick Texas.
Hang on one sec.
I'm going to go with Lenore Sellers and South Carolina. South Carolina's 3-3 right now. They are 1-3 in the SEC. Their only win has come against Kentucky, who is the worst team in this conference. They got boat raced by Vanderbilt. I know Sellers got hurt in that game, but I don't think it would have made that much of a difference. They scored just 10 points against LSU with Lenore Sellers back on the field. I mean, we're talking about a guy who was near the top of the Heisman odds before the year. We're talking about a guy that a lot of people thought was going to be a top 3 to top 5 pick, maybe 1-1 in the 2026 NFL draft. And we're talking about a team overall that had a lot of hype and expectations coming off of a very, very good year under Coach Beamer. It just hasn't worked. And I wasn't very high on the Cox going into the year. Never really high on Cox. I think I had South Carolina like in my personal preseason SEC media poll finishing like 11th. But look, they were supposed to be better than this. They were 9-4 last year. They were a trendy pick. I think they were picked to finish like 5th or 6th in the league going in. And it just hasn't clicked, Cole. It hasn't clicked for South Carolina. And this is a team that I'm not sure is going to make a bowl game right now. People thought like they just missed the playoff last year, and people thought they could be in the playoff this year, and they, I think, are going to be fighting. I mean, how about these next 4 games for South Carolina? Oklahoma, Alabama, at Ole Miss, at A&M. That is 4 consecutive matchups against top 15 teams, 3 of them against top 6 teams, 2 of them on the road. Like, they lose all 4 of those, which they could. I mean, they're home dogs to Oklahoma this week, so they're probably going to be dogs in all 4 of these games. They lose all 4 of those. That's 7 losses. They're not making a bowl game. So, yeah, Cole, I'd love to get your thoughts real quick. Is Shane Beamer on the hot seat?
No, he's not on the hot seat.
Okay.
No.
I didn't think he was, but like, if they do go 5-7 after, 9-3 plus a bowl loss, could that, they're not going to be happy up there.
I think a year from now, he'd be on the hot seat. Because think about this. South Carolina, in the entire history of the program, has had 4 10-plus win seasons. Shane Beamer was 1 win away from getting there in year 3. He was 2 wins away from getting there in year 2. He's been to a bowl game 3 of his first 4 years there. And he still has them recruiting at an all-time high. And they become a pretty decent destination when it comes to the transfer portal. He's beaten South Carolina, their in-state rival, twice out of the last 3 years.
Clemson.
3 times out of the last 4 years. So
Beating Clemson. Yeah.
Yeah, beating Clemson. He has 6 ranked wins against top 25 teams in that span. He's built enough equity to have a down year. What's going to have to change is he's going to have to make some personnel moves. He's going to have to hire a new offensive coordinator. He's going to have to hire a brand new offensive line coach. He's going to have to bring in a bunch of new pieces. They're going to have to go swing big in the transfer portal at wide receiver and a couple of other positions. And probably they're going to have to convince Lenore Sellers to come back for another season. Those are just some things to where he does all that. Even after knowing what happened this year, he wouldn't be on the hot seat, I think, until 2027. Just because of what he's done up to this point in the certain numbers and metrics of things. They have been disappointing. I am going to push back a little bit on Lenore Sellers.
Okay.
Lenore Sellers is the offense.
They don't have anything else.
He literally is the offense. So it's hard for me to say that. Well, yes, I agree with you because I do. It has been far disappointing to watch what this team has been this year. And it's been very disappointing to see even how Lenore Sellers has played at times this year. I'm not selling my Sellers stock entirely because of at times you look at the LSU game last week, he had to do everything for himself. You look at the Vanderbilt game, he quite literally, the way that he was playing got taken out because of the concussion.
Yeah.
He would have not, they would not have scored a point without Lenore Sellers on the field. So it's like, he's been disappointing, but it's been because of his supporting cast around him that makes it even more disappointing.
Yeah, that's why I was pretty low on South Carolina. It's like, I don't think you can do it by yourself. I mean, that's kind of what the Texas offense was at Florida. It's like Arch Manning. It's like, you can't do it by yourself. Doesn't matter how good you are. Like, you need help around you. And Sellers didn't get in a ton of it, but I don't think he's been as good as advertised, which is disappointing because he's an electric player. And I love watching guys like that dominate, and he just hasn't quite done it this year. So they're my biggest letdown. Again, doing some SEC midseason awards or superlatives, whatever you want to call them. What about Offensive Player of the Year so far in the conference, Cole?
Ty Simpson. We don't have to spend a lot of time on this one.
Agreed.
Guy has a completion percentage over 70%, which if that continues will be the highest in Alabama football history. It'll be the second highest in college football history. He has over 1,600 passing yards up to this point, 15 touchdowns, 1 turnover, 2 turnovers, 1 interception, 1 fumble, a passer rating of 192.7. He looks the part. And there's never been a moment this season, even in the Florida State game, if you go back and watch it, where it felt like it was too big for him. The Florida State game was a bad performance, but him and Jeremy Bernard were the only two offensively to show up that day at Doak Campbell Stadium. So I give him a little bit of a grace period for how bad Alabama looked on that Saturday afternoon. But he has just been as advertised and then some. And it's the consistency factor. It's the ability to push the ball downfield factor. It's the mobility factor to create second chance opportunities behind the line of scrimmage. It's the quick decision-making factor. It's the audible factor. And it's the I know how good I am factor. Like if the season ended today, that's your Heisman Trophy winner right there.
Where was Ty Simpson on the depth chart last year? Because he wasn't. Who came in though against South? That was 2 years ago. The South.
That was Ty Simpson.
No, it was Buckner, wasn't it? No, that was 2 years ago.
No, 2 years ago with that game, what happened was Buckner was competing with Jalen Milroe and Ty Simpson for the starting job.
Yeah,
Milroe got internally suspended. Supposedly there was something going on with him that they did not want to release to the public, and so instead of it getting out, they just said team suspension for this game. What it really was also was an audition for both Buckner and Simpson to have an opportunity to take on over for the offense. And Buckner sucked. He was awful in the first half. It was one of the single worst performances I've ever seen. Don't get me wrong. It was a monsoon out in Tampa Bay that day. But then Simpson came on in, and Simpson was able to win the football game. Yeah. But last year, it was Jalen Milroe, and it was Ty Simpson. And largely from what I gathered, Milroe had earned the respect of the coaching staff to warrant the starting job all year.
Yeah.
But honestly, if you look back and you say to yourself, what would happen if Ty Simpson played for Alabama last season? I think they're in the playoff.
Yeah, I think a lot of Bama fans, it's sort of similar to what Texas dealt with. Now, Texas had a better year than Alabama last year.
Yeah.
Horns made it to the conference title game, made it to the college football playoff semifinal. So it's a little apples to oranges here. But there were a lot of Alabama fans last year calling for more Ty Simpson, just like there were a lot of Texas fans calling for more Arch Manning. It's like, yeah, we get that this quarterback has been here longer and he started more games, but maybe the other guy is better. For Bama fans, I think there's some vindication there because of how good Ty Simpson has looked. For Texas, Arch Manning's been a lot better these last 3 weeks. There hasn't quite been that, though. But yeah, I mean, Ty Simpson has been fantastic, and I'm with you on that. I don't think there's any debate that he's been the best offensive player in the conference through the first half of the year. What about defensive player of the year in the SEC, Cole?
That's a good one. Let me think about that for a second. Who you got?
I went with, kills me to do this, but I went with Cassius Howell at Texas A&M. I mean, he's got 8 sacks. He's tied for second in the country. He has been a manimal up front on that Aggie defensive line. 3 sacks against Mississippi State a couple of weeks ago, 3 sacks against Utah State in their opener. Like, he's got at least 1 sack in, I think, every game that the Aggies have played in so far this year. So he has been really good up front. And yeah, I mean, I think if the season ended today and you're giving out conference defensive player of the year, probably go to him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the easy pick. And it's not just that he has 8 sacks. He also is number 1 in the SEC in tackles for losses with 15.5. He also is he's number 9 in the country with 10.5. My apologies. Number 9 in the country in tackles for losses nationally. He's number 2 in the SEC in pressure rate. So everything that you want to see from him and what we did see from him last year in a rotational role has kind of taken it full swing. And I don't think that there has been a player to benefit more from leaving a G5 program and meeting up with Mike Elko than Cassius Howell, because it truly does feel like every single rep, it's hey, best of luck to you. I mean, you're losing. How quickly are you going to lose is the only question. That, and then a couple other things. If I had to throw like a secondary name out there, Damian Wilson from Mizzou has been really good. 5.5 sacks, 8.5 tackles for losses. He's number 3 in pressure rate in the country. A lot of things to like about him this year.
Yeah, agreed. All right, couple more here. SEC superlatives. How about coach of the year? Who's done the best coaching job so far in the conference?
It's Mike Elko. It is. I mean, it is. Like, the thing about Texas A&M, and you know this and I know this very well, and the people in the chat know this, Mike Elko, Texas A&M would find a way to lose to everyone. They would find a way to crap the bed against everyone in the second half. They wouldn't make the adjustments. They wouldn't learn on the fly. They wouldn't be able to fix the flaws, and they would just kind of go through the motions. And that was the way underneath Kevin Sumlin, and that was the way underneath Jimbo Fisher. They're winning games by going into halftime and making the necessary adjustments. They're winning games by being able to set the tone early and not allow inferior opponents to kind of catch up. They're winning games by showing you how multifaceted they are. And that's a culture trend. That is a shift of direction from a leadership perspective. And I remember saying to you, and I remember saying to everybody else, that when Mike Elko got the job, it reminded me of somebody buying a house that has previously been owned by someone else. It'll take a year for the remnants of the previous owner to leave the premises entirely, whether it be the smell of cigarettes on the back porch, or whether it be a chip in the wood, or whether it be, an old stingy light that just they never fix with. It takes about a year for you to make it feel like it's permanently your home and the previous owner is just a thing of the past. And that's what Mike Elko dealt with last year. But you saw that there was a good foundation being put in place. Now we're talking about this team being good enough to be in the college football playoff hunt, being good enough to go to Atlanta, being good enough to have potentially 2 wide receivers that finish with 1,000 yards for the first time since 2016, being good enough to compete for a national title defensively. Okay. You have all these things trending in that direction, and that comes from leadership that wasn't there with Kevin Sumlin, leadership that wasn't there with Jimbo Fisher. It's there with Mike Elko, and we're seeing it unfold.
Yeah, that Notre Dame game, that felt like a major culture shift. And that's a game Texas A&M has lost 100 times in a row. I think literally, right? It had been a decade since they had beaten a top 10 team on the road. So they never win in just that spot. But with the way that game went down, honestly, feels like A&M would have been the team who botches the extra point snap, and that's how they lose. And instead, Notre Dame does that, and the Aggies are able to march down the field and score on 4th and goal and win that football game. That felt like a different era of Texas A&M football, and we'll see. Long way to go this year. Tom Herman had a really good year too, and things didn't quite pan out the rest of the way. So maybe that's where this thing is headed for Texas A&M. Wishful thinking as a Longhorn grad, of course. But Mike Elko's done a great job I'm going to go with, and I see Jake in the comments, I'm going to go with Clark Lee.
Yeah.
I know he won the SEC Coach of the Year award last year because Vanderbilt was such a surprising story. And I guess they're not as big of a surprise this year because of what they did last year. But Cole, if I'm not mistaken, like Vanderbilt's over-under in Vegas this year was 5.5. So people thought they were going to regress and maybe not go back to like total pumpkin Vandy. But people thought they were like, all right, flash of the pan, 1-year wonder. Congratulations. You guys aren't going to make a bowl game again. See you later, Vanderbilt. Go back to being Vanderbilt. They're 5-1 right now. Like they are 1 win away from hitting their Vegas over under and becoming bowl eligible. And I think Vanderbilt is one of the toughest jobs in college football, Cole. Like Nashville's a great city, but you're recruiting against some powers. You have academic restrictions that make it harder for you to accept certain players than other schools do. And I mean, just historically, you don't have the facilities or the stadium. They just went through a really nice renovation, but like you just don't have what everybody else in this conference has, and you never have. Right. And to have the success that Clark Lee has had, not only just last year, but also the start of this year, beating some of the teams that they're beating and, hanging with Alabama, obviously beating Alabama last year and hanging with them. Game was obviously a lot closer than the final scoreboard indicates. Like the fact that he has done this for multiple years in a row is really, really impressive. I'm going with Clark Lee at Vandy as my.
It's not a wrong pick. That probably would be number 2. I think that's fair.
And then last but not least, game of the year. Again, this one's going to change because I feel like we have a few more instant classics coming our way in the latter half of SEC play. But so far, Cole, what's the best SEC game that you have seen in 2025?
I personally think it's Tennessee, Georgia.
Yeah.
Because I think that Tennessee showed me, they answered a lot of questions in the first half. So Joey Aguilar comes on in from UCLA, replacing the quarterback that replaced him at UCLA. And there were people that said, not going to be a good fit, too late in the year for him to be able to truly get acclimated with the system, not going to have a good performance, not going to be a quarterback that can take us to the next level. And it still might be true, but BK, did you know that in the history of Kirby Smart-led teams, the quarterback to throw for the most touchdowns, yards, and have the highest completion percentage is Joey Aguilar?
How about that?
21 points. An 81.2 completion percentage, 7 of 7 on third down, 3 touchdowns, over 200 passing yards. That never happens before. So to me, the fact they were able to set the tone, the fact they were able to get out to such a big lead, and they needed to go for that crushing blow. But here is old traditional Kirby Smart doing the death march of hell in the second half to come on out and then take the lead. And you feel like at that point, that's where Georgia is going to put their foot on the neck of Tennessee fans and just scrunch on down. It's American History X. Put your teeth on the sidewalk and smile. Like you're that close. And then here comes Braylon Staley on a 67-yard touchdown pass. And we're right back in the game. And then here comes Tennessee. And they're running it down. And they're getting into red zone territory. And then Josh Heupel, with a false start, calls a timeout. And your kicker comes on out and he gets to be the hero, and you can see in his eyes. You can look direct. There are times in the broadcast that you're looking back, you're like, this is not going to go well. You're looking at that kid's eyes. You're like, he's going to miss so bad. This game's going to overtime. He is the last person that wants to be out there for this play is the guy that has to make the kick. So goes on out, miss the kick. They go to overtime. They get the kick. 2 plays later, Georgia's in the end zone. They win the football game. I thought it was an excellent matchup.
Yep.
It showed a lot about the growth of Georgia with Gunnar Stockton, who for my money still has the throw of the year to London Humphreys on 4th down. But it also showed a lot of things that I think Tennessee fans need to believe in, that things were changing for the better and that they could still be in the college football playoff hunt this year.
Yeah. Look, my game of the year is Texas 23, Oklahoma 6. I mean, come on. No question about that. But if you're looking at it from an unbiased perspective, I think Tennessee's been involved in the top 2 games in the conference.
Mississippi State would be number 2. Probably.
Yeah, I think they're winning Stark Vegas was obviously an overtime game, back and forth, ton of great storylines from that one. Yeah, Tennessee has played in some thrillers so far this year. But yeah, I had Tennessee, Georgia written down as number 1 as well. Like, I respect a defensive struggle. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy a rock fight from time to time. But when you give me overtime and 44-41. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
There's no shortage of highlight-worthy moments. Just so much fun, so many big plays, explosive plays like you talked about, clutch moments. Like you had a little bit of everything. That game was drunk from the opening kick, and it stayed drunk. It got blackout by halftime, and then it just kept going more downhill or more uphill, depending on
they went to the slopes during halftime in the bathrooms, and they woke up and chose violence for the second half.
Yes, perfectly said.
That's what they did.
That's my game of the year so far. But again, subject to change. I think we've got some more thrillers coming our way. So there you go. Those are our midseason SEC awards. Would love to hear from y'all. Hit us up. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. All right, we'll talk a little Texas, Kentucky, because I want to get Cole's thoughts on this matchup for a little bit. We got a little MLB to dive into, and maybe some SEC basketball conversation as well, as the preseason polls have been released with media days going on right now. But before we get to that, how about another round of sponsor shout outs, starting with our friends at OLIPOP. Y'all hear me talking about OLIPOP all the time. I went to the store, got a couple more cans yesterday, and of course, I forgot to get one out of my fridge before the start of the show. That just means I get to drink one right after the show. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. More than 20 different flavors to choose from. The cream soda is my personal favorite. They've got tons of classic soda flavors, a root beer, a cola, a lemon lime, but they also have some interesting ones too, a cherry vanilla, a strawberry vanilla, a tropical squeeze. They've got a lot going on. I'm telling you, something for everybody out there. And the difference between OLIPOP and the sodas you've been drinking in the past, OLIPOP is actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, ingredients that support good digestive health. So you're going to enjoy what you're drinking because it's soda. We all like the taste of soda, but you're also going to feel good about what you're putting into your system as well. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP. Also, some love to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan, Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know gets injured in a car accident, gets hurt on the job, whatever, reach out to my man, Hurricane Hecht, a guy who's been a friend of mine for more than a decade and a guy who's been fighting for justice and big results in the courtroom for a decade. He has your back. You're already going through enough trying to get healthy and get your life back on track after a big injury. Don't deal with the insurance companies. Don't try to fight them by yourself. Call somebody who is going to be there for you every step of the way. Unlike the jabronis you see on TV who will just pawn you off to some kid in L2, Hurricane Hecht is going to be by your side throughout the entire process, and he is going to flood your pockets with cash. Give him a call, 512-938-8929. You can find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. All right, Cole. I'm going to start deep diving more into Kentucky a little bit today. I've just been basking in the glow of this win over Oklahoma. Normally
you start deep diving into Kentucky today. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? Open a book and then close it? Is that going to be your deep dive? Because that's Kentucky.
That's about all it is.
That's all it is.
Look, I've been
chapter 1, we suck. Chapter 2, go back to chapter 1. Repeat the process. There you go. Problem solved.
Normally, Tuesday is all right, I've put the previous week behind me, and it's a time for the next game. But when it's OU and you keep them out of the end zone for the third time in 4 years, and you keep them out of the red zone for the entire football game, it's no, I'm going to enjoy this one for a little bit longer.
Just dominate the process.
And I'll tease this right now. I'm going to cut up some sound from a podcast that Gabe Eichert and Teddy Lehman do. It's called Sooner Breakdown. It's a great podcast,
great
right?
Podcast.
I don't know.
Great guys.
I only listen to it, around Texas OU time, and I definitely make sure to listen to it if Texas wins. We've got some sound for the Sooner Meltdown that we'll play on tomorrow's show. But, I've been enjoying that one a little bit. But this Kentucky team, Cole, I think you poll 100 SEC fans, even if you throw Kentucky fans as a part of that poll, they would all tell you that the Wildcats are the worst team in the conference.
Far and away.
They are 2-3 on the year, but their 2 wins came against Toledo by 1 possession and Eastern Michigan. They are 0-3 in conference play, blowout losses to South Carolina and Georgia in their 2 most recent games. Of course, they are coming off of a bye. Is there anything about Kentucky that should scare Texas fans? Is there anything about you that leads you to believe that there could be an upset on Saturday night? Like what does Kentucky have that can maybe make things a little more interesting than Longhorn fans are hoping for?
They're playing desperate. And desperation sometimes shows on out and it gives you an ugly look in the face that eventually leads to a win. I mean, like, it's not to be disrespectful to Kentucky fans, but offensively, they've gone back from Zach Calzada to Cutter Boley, and neither have found great success. Their ability to run the football has been pretty efficient, but then they veer away from the run game in the second half because they're trailing, and they got to find a way to win through the air. They have a good tight end in Josh Caddis. I think that you like what you've seen from some wide receivers trying to win their one-on-ones. They're a better team than what their record indicates, but they still are a faulty team. They still have countless errors, countless miscues. They're unable to get the ball rolling when it comes to any offensive spark. When there's a desperation mode, and it's like when you're on your last day on earth, people talk about this all the time. It's final stage of hospice is you start waking on up and you feel better and like you want to go for a walk and you feel like that you have an appetite. And then it's like, everyone's like, you're getting better. And then you got to hold their hand and say, no, this is the last stage. Like that's what teams that are in desperation mode look like, is everything that you envision throughout the entire offseason of having a potent passing attack. It's on display for 4 quarters. Having a run game that can convert on 2nd and 6 and be efficient on 3rd down, that's on display. Getting some turnovers inside the red zone, that's an element of standpoint. So for Kentucky, they don't want to get rid of Mark Stoops. It's very clear that they want to do everything possible to keep him there because of what the buyout would cost. And for them to have to bring in a brand new staff, they would be very much at the short end of the stick when it came to who would be a proper replacement and actual names that would fit the bill. It's one of those things where it's just a bad weekend to be Texas coming into Lexington. And that, like, that's it. And the reality is, I don't think that's enough to be able to get the job done against what we saw from Texas on Saturday.
Yeah, this is such a reach by me. But it feels like there are some similarities between the Florida game and the Kentucky game. Now, Florida's a lot better than Kentucky. They just have a way more talented roster. And the Swamp's a lot tougher of a place to play than Kroger Field. Kroger Field, such a hilarious name. Grocery store. That's awesome.
Fantastic grocery store.
Fantastic grocery store. I do agree. I was a big Kroger guy growing up in Dallas. I got respect for Kroger. Not talking any trash there. Just not really intimidating, though, as a name of a stadium, is it? No.
Not even a little bit.
Like Billy Napier was expected to get fired. He was one of the Vegas favorites. I think he had the 2nd highest odds to be the next coach fired in college football the week that Texas came to town.
Yep.
And there were people saying, like, I made the comparison to Notre Dame, Arkansas. If Texas rolls into the Swamp and does what Notre Dame just did to Arkansas, then like Sam Pittman, Billy Napier is going to get fired on Sunday, and that's it.
Yeah.
And obviously that didn't happen. Mark Stoops, you look at Vegas odds right now, next coach to be fired in college football. I think he's like 3rd behind Luke Fickell and Hugh Freeze.
Behind Billy?
Yeah, I think they're all right there. They're all.
I'd say Billy's got to be 1 still.
Napier's still there. I think Fickell is 1 right now. It's been Fickell the way those odds have changed pretty much every week. But Stoops has been in the top 5 all year, right? And he's got a big buyout close to $38 million, and that's not nothing for Kentucky football. If it's basketball, shit, get out of town. Football, maybe not. So I don't know. Like in this spot, coach might get fired if you beat him. Texas lost earlier this year. Is it that type of situation here for Kentucky on Saturday?
Again, they have pieces offensively that you would love to have on your team. Like if you were needing a tight end, Josh Caddis is a guy that you would want to go after. If you want to bring in a secondary running back, you would love to get Seth McGowan or get in Dante Dowell. If you needed a wide receiver known to be a vertical threat, Jamori Macklin would fit the bill. Like there are pieces for this team that absolutely could kill it for your roster. The problem is that's just it. They're pieces. They're complementary for what is supposed to be a roster-led team. They're not a good roster. They're just filled with good players on the roster. And when you have more good players on the roster than you have an actual good team, that's why you end up finishing 2-10 or 3-9 every single year. But what was so funny is like, BK, I remember when we were at SEC Media Days in Atlanta and we went to all the press conferences and we were sitting around and we were having conversations and chatter with people. And the thing that I noticed, everyone kind of came away with the exact same feel about Kentucky. And it was, there's not a lot of juice.
Yeah.
Like, you can hear in Mark Stoops' voice, I want to win. I believe that this team can still get the job done. But also, you could see in his face, we're not going to be good. Like, we're a team that has faults on the offensive personnel. We don't have a lot of spark when it comes to the defensive side. Our offensive line is a turnstile of misery. I kept Bush Hamden for another year as my offense coordinator. Probably should have gone in a different pathway with that. We don't have a good quarterback situation right now. Like, we know that we're going to be lucky to go to a bowl game this year. Like, that's a winning season for me.
Yeah, they're 14th in the SEC in scoring offense, 14th in the SEC in total offense, and they're 15th in the SEC in both scoring and total defense. So they're not really doing anything that great. They're solid stopping the run. You know, Cutter Boley's probably going to play quarterback this week. He actually came in for an injured Brock Vandegrift last year, the game in Austin, a matchup that the Longhorns won 31-14. And he played pretty well for a while. He was a freshman. He was kind of running around like crazy, and it didn't really feel like he was following any sort of game plan, but he's a good athlete. He made some, throws down the field after he was able to extend some plays. Like, he's got a little something to him, I guess. But, they're just not very good. I don't want to try to pump them up like they're good. I think they're going to go winless in the conference this year.
I predicted that. I thought they would win 2 games, and they already beat that odds because they still play Tennessee Tech.
Yeah,
so,
and you're right. You're right about the no juice thing. It was like there weren't a ton of Kentucky people at SEC Media Days, but like the ones who were there, they're kind of reserved. Like, let's just get us to basketball. See, it's like they know for as long as Mark Stoops is the guy that it's not going to get any better, and they know like the buyout number is what it is, and it's going to be pretty difficult for them to do that. And that's the hope. That's where the juice will come back for Kentucky. I know Stoops is the winningest coach they've ever had there, and he's had some solid years, but like that fan base is so checked out on them. Now, Florida's fan base was checked out on Billy Napier. They still showed up because it's Texas, and it's an SEC game. So Texas hasn't played at Kentucky ever. It's only the 3rd meeting all time between these two teams. The first 2 came in Austin. This is the first time Texas has ever played in Lexington. They're going to show up because they want a chance to pull off the upset against Texas. And it's a night game. So their crowd's going to be there, and they're going to back their coach this weekend. But the overall overarching thought on Kentucky football right now by their own fan base is we are in purgatory right now because we're not going to win anything until we get rid of this coach, but we're not sure we can really get rid of this coach.
Like, it feels very Mike Gundy-esque when it comes to talking about Mark Stoops. Like, people loved Mike Gundy, and Gundy is Oklahoma State football. Like, when we look back in the history of Pokes football and what he did for a program, everything starts and ends with Mike Gundy. And I hope that eventually they build a statue after him. They name the field after him. They do everything to honor him because he truly embodied what was needed at a program that had been for years a bottom dweller in the Big 12. Like, truly, I hope that happens. But we all knew that the time was kind of coming to an end for Gundy. We knew that there was eventually going to be that hard conversation of, we don't want you around here anymore. We need to make a change because we can't consistently be in this situation where we're underachieving. Our offense isn't being able to put up points, and you don't want to attack the transfer portal. So it was the writing was on the wall that his time came to a close. The writing's on the wall with Mark Stoops. Like, Stoops brought 3 10-win seasons to Lexington. He's going to go down as the all-time winningest coach. He got them from being literally the sad sack right alongside Vanderbilt to a respectable team that you knew would go to bowl games every single year. And every 2 or 3 seasons, they would finish in the top 15. Like, you can give respect to that. But at the same time, you have to remind yourself that we've gone out in the portal and we've missed entirely at quarterback 3 straight years in a row.
Yeah.
We've gone out in the portal and we haven't been able to rebuild our offensive line 3 straight years in a row. We trust our defense because Mark Stoops is a great defensive mind. And our defense has been in the bottom 3 of every single category in SEC play the last 2 years. We've come to a level of this is more so what is the case with Mark Stoops at this point in his career than he's going to change it.
Yeah.
And that's why you need change. But the thing that I will say it's interesting, BK. He took Georgia down to the wire last season in Lexington.
Yeah.
And if the man just had enough gall to go for it on 4th down, we may be talking about them having 2 of the biggest upsets in college football last season. But instead, he said, let's punt it, and now we're going to force it downfield. So is that what we're going to see on Saturday? Are we going to see Georgia again? And we're going to see Texas play the role of Georgia, and it'll be a 13-12 finish, and you'll win the football game, but you'll be pissed as all hell that you let Mark Stoops play around too close for comfort.
Yeah, boy, that would be very frustrating to say the least. And yeah, I mean, Kentucky, they've played some teams close over the last couple of years, even though the results haven't quite been there. You mentioned that big win over Ole Miss in Oxford last year as a huge underdog that kind of kept Ole Miss out of the playoff. Like, it's the SEC, man. It is the SEC. And you don't bring it, especially on the road in this conference, then you can get beat. So Texas can't let their foot off the gas. The Oklahoma win can't be the highlight of their season. There's a lot more this team has to do. But it's the same conversation about OU. It's like, Texas fan, if you lost that game to OU, your season was over. Not making the playoff, not making the SEC title game. See you next year. You lose this game to Kentucky, same conversation. So go out there and find a win. And Texas has dealt with a bit of a hangover effect in the Steve Sarkisian era in the week after OU. They lost the next game in 2021. They barely beat Iowa State as a 16-point favorite at home in 2022. They barely beat Houston as a 23-point favorite on the road in 2023. And then last year was the Georgia game. Now you had a bye in between, but obviously that game did not go well. So
now the Houston game was the Malik Murphy game, wasn't it?
That was, yes.
Okay.
Quinn got banged up. Yeah. But
I'm not going to give the benefit of the doubt to Texas because of, let's be real, you should never do that ever when you're going up against teams like Houston. That being said, you were turning to Malik Murphy at this point.
Well, Quinn played most of that game.
But they were trailing with Quinn, weren't they?
No. Texas was up huge early.
That's right. They were up. That was the game they were up huge.
Yeah, they were up 21-0, and it's like, well, this is going the way that we want it to. And then all of a sudden, it's like 21-21, and it's like, oh shit, what is happening here? This is a tie game in the fourth quarter.
And then the 2021 game when they beat the right after Red River, that was like the 38% completion percentage game for Quinn, wasn't it? That was the bad, like the 3 interception game.
That was 2022 is the game you're thinking of. That game in Stillwater. Because Quinn wasn't here in 2021. So 2022 was the disastrous, maybe the worst performance of Quinn.
That was the single worst performance I've seen.
Yeah, it was pretty rough for him. So there you go. There's a little Kentucky conversation. All right, let's talk a little baseball, Cole. The Mariners are up.
Do we have to?
I know.
We have to talk about the 2 teams that I don't want to see in the World Series, probably going to the World Series.
This is an Astros fans. I don't want to say worst nightmare. I think
it's pretty close.
I think Rangers and Dodgers or Yankees and Dodgers would be worse than Mariners and Dodgers, I think.
I'll fight back on this a little bit. I will fight back and say Mariners is number 2. Yankees are number 3. Because the thing with the Yankees is, and I've realized this, the Yankees are never going to win a title until they beat us. Until they're able to beat us in the playoffs, to take us out, they're not going to win a World Series. So it's like, if we miss the playoffs or we don't get scheduled against you to be in the postseason, then it doesn't matter. You're losing this game. Like, you're not winning in the World Series. Because what happened last year? They didn't have to face off against us. Therefore, they lost to the Dodgers in 4. So problem solved. No questions asked there.
Yeah.
Mariners are acting like they did something incredible for the last decade plus, and that we are just the little brother syndrome kind of mechanism. Because every single broadcast they're doing right now, they're talking about the Astros. Like it's little brother syndrome of, we let you win an arm wrestle, and now you think you're the strongest guy on the other side of the Mississippi River. Like, it's like that type of mentality, and it's cascading on over into my daily life when everyone brings up the Mariners to me, and I just get more and more infuriated at it because of how they're freaking acting. So it's like a big dumper with this season and him looking like a stupid moron. And then you talk about Jorge Polanco, who was supposed to sign with the Astros, and then now he's the hero of the postseason for them. It makes me mad.
Come on, it's a great story. They haven't been here.
A great story is a ragtag team from the Great White North finding a way to be able to handle business. That with Corey Savage and Kevin Gausman and Shane Bieber, who was thrown to the wayside by the Cleveland Guardians. That's a great story.
It ain't happening. That
No,
story, it's not over yet, but game 3 in Seattle. Of course, the Mariners won both games north of the border. Game 3 coming up tonight. Seattle looking to go up 3-0 and put themselves just one win away from a World Series. I think it's Kirby and Bieber, your pitching matchup tonight. Any chance the Blue Jays can get back in this series? You know, people thought like there'd be a hangover. Speaking of hangover effects, there'd be a hangover for Seattle after that epic 5-game series and that insane 15-inning game 5 that the Mariners needed to beat Detroit. People are like, well, Toronto's got the edge. They're more rested. They've got the rotation the way that they won. They'll be fine, at least early on in this series. Then obviously Seattle throws a couple of haymakers at Rogers Centre, whatever the hell we're calling it these days. Any chance the Blue Jays get back in this series on the road, or do you think this one is over at some point in these next 3 games in Seattle?
You had to find a way to break in a new word, didn't you? Yeah, you had to find a centre. We had to find a way to break in the new word.
It spelled like centre. What am I supposed to do here? I'm reading it the way it's spelled.
Yep. Media days and centre. We're doing media days for the MLB at the Rogers Centre Center. There we go.
Centre, man.
Look, I don't know if they're going to be able to come back at this point. And the reason why is because the things that work for Seattle have worked for them all year. That's stellar starting pitching, and that is hitting with runners in scoring position. In the second half, they were the best team in baseball with runners in scoring position, and their 1-6 is loaded. Like, I don't think that we give enough credit. Eugenio Suarez is going to strike out about 60,000 times. The other 10 times, he's going to hit a home run, and it's going to be a little easy fly to right field. So he's hitting your 6th spot. Naylor's come on strong, and he's done a good job of hitting with runners in scoring position, but he also isn't hitting for power. He's just getting on base, so he's hitting a lot of extra base hits. Polanco's been great. You talk about Randy Arozarena, who's always been a postseason killer. You talk about what we've seen from Jorge Polanco at this point.
Yeah.
There's so many things that are just going right for them with the top of the lineup that it doesn't matter what you get with 8 or 9. And yet still the 8 and 9 guys are hitting. They're finding ways to be able to still get on base. And they're starting pitching. Bryce Miller, who, by the way, a person that we knew very well that used to be on television, apparently is a journeyman in his eyes because of, God forbid, that he plays for one organization. That took him 9 years to become a full-fledged star. But journeyman in his eyes. That pissed me off. That pissed me off because you want to what? It just shows that you don't really know ball, and what you're doing is just trying to get a paycheck. If you want to do this job, then do it right or don't do it at all. Bryce Miller was the weak link in the lineup. Bryce Miller was the weak link of the rotation. And now it's like, okay, well, he was really good, and he had 6 quality innings against you, and you could do nothing against him. And now you got to go to Kirby. And Kirby's probably the second best pitcher they have right now. And so if you throw that into the mix, I just don't see a scenario where you're playing at T-Mobile Park, where you're playing at a pitcher-friendly ballpark. You have Bieber that still is dealing with Tommy John surgery that probably can give you about 5 innings at most. Then you got to go to your bullpen after using your bullpen 2 days ago. It just does not feel like a recipe for you to be able to get back in this game. Now, I do think that you could make this a 5 or 6 game series. I still see a scenario where you could at least bring this back to Toronto. But at this point, I think you need to win game 2. And you were worse in game 2 than you were in game 1.
Yeah.
That to me is where it's like, now writing on the wall, you're not going to get the job
And
done.
the Jays have already announced that Max Scherzer is going to start tomorrow. Obviously, he's a future Hall of Famer, but he has been awful this year, especially in the second half. So, yeah, Father Time has caught up to him. So it's like they might be down 3-0 and turning to him to keep their season alive. I think that series is over.
Oh, and Luis Castillo is going against him, who
and
this
Castillo,
postseason,
we'll get the ball
this
tomorrow.
postseason, yet to give up a run.
Yeah.
Leads all starting pitching and strikeouts.
He's a stud. So,
Enjoy.
Toronto's up against it. Gave the stat yesterday in the 2-3-2 format of the MLB postseason. Teams that have won both games 1 and 2 on the road have gone on to win the series 24 out of 27 times. It's about 89%. So it's been done before, but obviously the Brewers are in that spot too. They lost both games at home in the NLCS. and Toronto in that spot in the American League. So it's been done, but history obviously not on either of their sides.
If you were to bet right now, which game do you feel more comfortable going to 7? Which one would it be?
Which series do I think has a better shot of going?
Which series do you think has a better shot?
Dodgers Brewers.
I think Dodgers Brewers.
Yeah,
because the Dodgers, they were lucky because of that ninth inning, the implosion that we almost saw with the double, and then we saw the sack fly, and we were able to go ahead and see them kind of get bases loaded. Bryce Terang, if he doesn't strike out, if he just makes contact with that ball, and the throw's not to the plate, and he gets it in on first, it's a 2-2 game, and we're going to extras. And I trust Milwaukee's bullpen way more than I trust Los Angeles' bullpen at this point.
Yeah.
So there's a shot where this series is tied 1-1. They could get 1 or 2, I think, on the road against Los Angeles and bring this back to Milwaukee. I don't see a scenario where Seattle's not going to the World Series at this point.
Yeah. Last thing here before we bring on Double R and Stu Myrick today. If we do get Dodgers Mariners in the World Series, who do you, Astros fan, Cole Thompson, root for?
The meteor that comes down on T-Mobile Park.
I figured that's where you were going to go.
No, here's the thing. Like here's I don't know if I ever told you this about me. When it comes to sports, I be fair. Like I be honest. If my team sucks, I'm willing to go ahead and call them out. Like people get mad at me for pointing out that Alabama allowed Mizzou to play far too close for comfort. They're like, the game they should have had 3 interceptions and it should have never been a blowout. It's like, yeah, but it was. Yeah, I lost money because of the under hit and you couldn't cover the 3.5 point spread. I'm going to call you out for your BS. If the Rockets look awful, I'm not afraid to go ahead and talk bad smack about them. If the Texans are bad, I'm willing to go ahead and throw it out there. You're not a good football team. You look like crap. If it's the Astros, I am a full-on diehard. I want everyone else to suffer and burn in misery and never, ever, ever enjoy happiness. Like, I would love nothing more than for Toronto and for Milwaukee to force a Game 7 and then blow both the Dodgers and the Mariners out just because of I want to see both those fan bases suffer and cry. Like, that's me. I'm sorry. I don't care. So the meteor that is currently hurtling towards Earth right now, I am very, very, very excited to go ahead and see where it lands. Hopefully, it's in T-Mobile Park. That's just my personal standpoint.
Well, we got a meteor coming our way or something?
If it is, it's coming to T-Mobile Park.
Oh, I thought you were reporting like there's actually a meteor coming down and it like could hit somewhere and you're just hoping it's Seattle. I was like, oh, shit, I missed that news. That's something I should probably know about.
Jake Bayless, congratulate. Yeah, we look awesome. We look awesome right now. The Blackhawks are looking fantastic. It is like, what, a week into the season? We'll find a way to screw it up.
Come on.
We'll find a way to screw it up. I promise you.
All right. Well, we got Double R, another Astros fan. Also, Stu Myrick filling in for Wags. Double R.
Hello, Rodney.
I'll ask you the same question. If we do get Mariners Dodgers in the World Series, which feels like Astros fan worst nightmare, Rodney, are you Team Cole? Do you want Meteor to hit Seattle?
I'll tell you the only thing that I find in this, and I agree with Cole, where Seattle, much like the Rangers were, no offense, BK, a couple of years ago, take advantage of the little slot while you have it, while Houston's going to reload. You know, you just kind of wait because they're coming back. The Astros will be back, but the only thing that I take out of this, I really do like Clayton Kershaw. So I think to see Clayton Kershaw walk out a winner would be great, but I'm with Cole. I mean, the whole thing can blow up, and I'm perfectly fine with that because I can't go with either one. And Seattle really is, man. They're like, yeah, okay.
They're the most annoying fan base who has done nothing in the last 2 decades, and they finally get to. You know what they are? They're like the dude that's popping the champagne and in the 6th place spot, and the 5 guys ahead of him cheated. So therefore, they're all disqualified, and by default, you win. That's what you're acting like right now.
Yeah.
Oh, they won fair and square, boy.
Yeah, they won fair and square. They finally decided to spend money on the right players at the trade deadline and gave up barely nothing to go ahead and bring them on in. Congratulations, you won fair and square, I guess.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't, Stu, I don't have that Mariners hatred. They've been so irrelevant. And the Rangers, like, I never bought into the Rangers this year. So I wasn't like, oh, we're in a serious division battle with the Mariners right now, so I have to hate them. I don't have that animosity towards them that these two guys do.
I'm not the biggest baseball fan anyway. So it's kind of like, okay, fine. I'm looking towards week 8 of the NFL, and I'm looking towards Texas, Kentucky. So, sure, I'll check in on it, but
Okay.
Well,
Stu is joining us in our pure hatred, and we want the meteor for chaos to occur. He just can't say it out loud. We understand that. Stu.
He's too good of a guy for that.
He's too good of a human. He's too good of an individual to join us on Team Meteor. But you know what's really sad about this entire thing?
Yeah.
I wear my hat backwards. Do you know why I wear my hat backwards?
Is it a Mariners hat?
Receding
My favorite
hairline.
player is Ken Griffey Jr.
Ah,
My favorite player is the kid.
Okay.
So it's
you like Cincinnati Reds, Ken Griffey Jr.
I like Chicago White Sox, Ken
There
Griffey
you
Jr.
go.
That's the
There
one.
you go.
That's the one that I grew up rooting for. Exactly.
I was talking to a buddy last night, and we were talking about the Astros, how weird it is right now, not having them be a part of the postseason, which it is kind of strange, but he's like, man, do you see Bregman? He opted out of his deal, and Tucker's a free agent. I'm like, dude, that would take a lot to make that happen.
What's his name? Who were we talking to last night, Rodney?
This guy's name is Jeremy.
Okay, Jeremy, I'm going to hold your hand when I break this news to you. There was a reason they weren't here this year. There's a reason why they're not going to be back next year. We're going to hold your hand and make this official. They're going to New York. They're going to Seattle. They're going to Detroit. They're going to Toronto. That's where they're going next season.
Yeah, it's like
you ain't bringing them in. I promise you.
But enjoy your Correa. Enjoy Correa because you got him.
Yeah,
you're saddled with him. But I think
bring Verlander back. Huh? What do we say?
You're stuck with Altuve without a home right now. But that's what we are. And I hate saying that way, but man, it feels sad.
Where's Charlie Morton? Where's Uncle Charlie? Bring him back.
Yeah, where's CFM? Let's bring him back like it's 2017, even though he has a 6.97 ERA. We'll put him at the number 5 spot. No one will.
There you go. There you go.
Bless. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we'll get out of y'all's hair. Cole, thanks for filling in.
Hey,
Bucky and I will be back tomorrow. Stu, thanks for filling in for Wags, and we'll be listening. Y'all have a great show, guys.
All right, then. See y'all. All right, here we go. Diving in. It's Chaos Theory in the 9 o'clock hour. My man Stu Myrick in for Wags today. We got a lot to talk about. We got to talk about we'll get Stu's thoughts on Texas OU. I mean, was this a turning point for Texas? I mean, is this going to reshape the season? What did we really get out of this? Maybe some sound from Sark on that very topic right there. Stu, I'd love to get your thoughts on the Alice Cowboys because there is no D in Dallas. Since Stu is here, I mean, Stu and I are the Formula One team. We got to touch on what's about to happen here in a few days out at COTA, out at Circuit of the Americas. And with Stu here, we got to go off the top rope. You guys are welcome to join in anytime on the free chat right there. Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. Join in, be a part of the program, and hit us up on the COTA text line 222-9328 if you are on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. So diving in, Stu, the retired life, the good life that you're living after years and years of service. And so what are you doing now? Every time I look at you on social media, dude, you're like wearing a beach hat and having a fruity drink. Dude, what in the hell are you doing now?
It has been lovely. So, yeah, for those that do not know, I worked in state government for 31 and a half years, and I finally pulled the trigger and retired at the end of August. So right now it's been leisure. Been a little bit of traveling too. I went to Aruba, which is now probably my favorite spot on the world. Spent 6 days there, had a fantastic time. Got to lay on the beach with flamingos. That was kind of cool. Also went to Orlando because I'm a big Star Wars fan. I've seen every movie in the theater, including the original. So I went to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disney's Hollywood Studios, had a fantastic time there. And I'm actually in about 3 weeks from today, I'm heading to Monterey, California. So those know I am a veteran. I was in the Army.
Thank you very much.
I was a Russian linguist, and I learned Russian at the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California. Graduated there with honors. There is a DLI alumni association, and they do an alumni weekend, and so I'm heading there in November in about 3 weeks to go visit the Presidio Monterey and see the sights and be there with some fellow graduates and have a good time up in Northern California.
So you can speak Russian?
It's been 30 years. It's been 30 years at least. There's a few phrases that are in there, but it's all been buried by football stats and wrestling trivia.
So and the other question is with you that since you do have, I hate to say you have time on your hands because it's very much deserved. So is it still, since the last time that you joined me, have you only caved to the high school football that one time, or have
technically it was twice. So those of us in Texas, David Smoke, our good friend, does 365 Sports up in Waco, and they are the broadcast partner for Waco Midway. They had a couple of games. One of them was at the Palace on Palmer, which is about 7 minutes from where I'm sitting.
Right down the road. Yep.
And then they had another one at Gupton Stadium, which is about 12 minutes from where I'm sitting. And he needed an on-site engineer and an extra voice. So he contacted me. And so since it wasn't much of a drive and it was simple and everything, I said, sure. And so I did. It was good. Midway looks good. They've got a fast running back, and I forget his name, but they've got a kid at running back he's got some speed on him. They look pretty solid. So, and of course, I still follow Lake Travis because, of course, I was on the broadcast crew for that for so many years. And Lake Travis, in fact, they're so Lake Travis is playing Dripping Springs.
That'd be a huge game.
That'll be a huge game. It's at Tiger Stadium. But Lake Travis is the home team because Cavalier Stadium is being renovated. In fact, there was a I think a video last week. If you saw it, the entire home side is tore out. All the stands are gone. About half the press box is gone and everything. So they're going through renovation. So obviously they can't use that stadium. So Lake Travis is putting their home games at Tiger Stadium in Dripping Springs. So this week they're at Dripping Springs, but they are the home team. So, there you go. But, that'll be a big one because Dripping's looking good. They've looked good for the last few years as well. So that'll be a big, and that's, if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to look it up, but I think the Battle of the Lakes is next week or the week after. So
next week.
You got, 2 back-to-back big ones for the Cavaliers.
And how about Drip? I mean, I know we've got folks that check in right here with us that are out there in Dripping Springs. I mean, that's a program to where it's like everything that they have done there. The football program is amazing. The baseball program is great. I mean, the years that I call Lake Travis baseball, if there was a big baseball series to be had, we're going to Drip. We're going to play that there because it's kind of central, because it was usually a San Antonio team or, San Antonio Reagan or East Central or somebody like that. And that really is where these next 2 weeks for Lake Travis, this is going to be it's pretty damn fantastic baseball. And again, or football, and that district, once again, I kind of touched on this yesterday. It's going to be who gets in the number 4 spot again, because now Dripping Springs has asserted themselves not as number 3, but very much number 1. I mean, because now you got 3 really, really good teams.
Yeah, you're right. And that's, again, that's, like you said, that's been the case for so long with that district, Lake Travis, Westlake, and Dripping Springs. So now it's like you said, who's going to be number 4, which that's anybody's guess right now. I think, obviously Bowie's one that's usually a
Coach Abel's
pretty good. Yeah, they do pretty well. Jeff Abel's, of course, been there forever and a day. I think that might be your number 4, because otherwise it's Austin High, Aikens, who's the other one? Del Valley.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, we'll see. But, let's see what Lake Travis can do. They look strong, but it's kind of one of those things where it's been they had a pretty good showing against Rockwall, which was, and Rockwall's always been a perennial. They're in the playoffs every year. But beyond that, there hasn't been a lot of competition, honestly. So the next 2 weeks with Dripping Springs and Westlake, That's gonna tell the story of what Lake Travis can do in 2025.
It doesn't get any better than that right there. I mean, when it comes to a test, and we will get to Texas OU and to Dallas and all that here in just a little bit. But I have to tell you this. So last week I was actually in Mississippi for some work stuff out in the Biloxi area, and I was watching the morning news, and they're in like volleyball playoff time, and we may be here too. I don't know. I'm not honed in that much anymore, but it was like they were talking in Mississippi to where they're like 7A. They said in the 7A quarterfinals. I'm like, so wait a minute. So Mississippi has 7A, and I know that's a very touchy subject that's been thrown around here in Texas, because it would be the Lake Travises, the Westlake, the some of those DFW teams, and every region kind of has what would be a 7A, and they always go back to the travel and the finances and all that. But it's like, I really think it's time we get, because talking about what you just mentioned right there about to where it's like these three teams, and then you kind of pencil Bowie in there. And I mean, even here with the Round Rock district, I mean, you don't really have the one other than Vandegrift that would maybe fit into that. But it's like, I think we may ought to add an A to this whole thing, because we got some pretty damn elite power happening around here.
I bounce back and forth. Part of me says go back to the 5A and then put 6-man back where it was.
Right.
6-man is now 1A. But yeah, having a 7th division or 7th conference, whatever. I don't know, and I kind of lean with the travel and everything. Not to mention, just because 26-6A is it's pretty top heavy doesn't mean every district is top heavy. So
right.
You're looking in, what will that create? And there, for all intents and purposes, there are not that many super schools. They're not, you're talking about your Allens, your Cadies, your
right.
Like Travis, and there's not that many that are that big. So I'm not sure it would justify carving out a 7A, for lack of a better term. You definitely wouldn't do Division I, Division II, and 7A, because it just,
yeah.
And I think that's in that. I get why they do that. I've never been a fan of it, but I get it with the 2 divisions in each conference. But I'm not sure now is the time to add another conference.
Yeah. And back in the day, as they say, it used to be you had 2. It was the top 2 district winners that got in. I mean, now with having 4 in and the 2 different 1A, 2A, whatever, it's drastically different. And I get that. It's more games, it's more whatever, and that's really good. But it definitely has changed up quite a bit, and probably not the time to do that, because it is quite the travel expense. But you look, and part of that is to where when we have that argument, it's like, yeah, but when these schools travel, they travel on charter buses. I never went to a game on a charter bus. Well, let me take that back. I've been to a game on a charter bus, but it was full of booze going to watch the Cowboys. Not as a player. I rode the Yellow Dog, and I get it. I mean, I get it, but great call right here. I'm sorry, Stu, about McNeil. Before we forget about that.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, McNeil knocks off Vandegrift a couple of weeks ago, and that's where you got Drew Sanders, and you got one of his guys that has taken over McNeil and taken that program to where it has never been before. Mm-hmm. And that is a huge win for McNeil and a viable player in 25 6A.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's been a kind of a surprise, because McNeil has struggled in the past. So to see them having the success, you're absolutely right. You mentioned charter buses, and look, Lake Travis, it's always charter buses, and Lake Travis travels well. To this day, I still remember the playoff game that Lake Travis had at Los Fresnos. For those of you who don't know, Los Fresnos is on State Highway 100 on the way to South Padre Island.
A little bit down
between
there.
South Padre and Harlingen. And it was a good chunk of Lakeway made it down. Everybody was staying on the island, including us. We were down there, and then had that game, and it was so funny because Los Fresnos welcomed them like great visitors, and had welcome Lake Travis. We're glad you're here. All this good stuff, and it's going to hold it. You're about to play Lake Travis. And this was in 2016, so that was the year of state title number 6.
Right.
But it was, not every school has that kind of a following, for lack of a better term, and they definitely, not every school has the resources. A lot of the reason why Los Fresnos was welcoming Lake Travis so much is because the year before, Los Fresnos had to come to Lake Travis, and Lake Travis ISD helped with some of the expenses for Los Fresnos to make their way to Lakeway.
Yeah. That's the cool part about it when it gets to that stuff. And you see that a lot when you have that Valley Week thing, when you get in the playoffs, to where it's really tough for some of those teams down south, and that cooperation right there really does help. So there's your high school football conversation that you won't get when Wags is on here, because Wags is like, oh, so we're talking about high school. I'm like, dude, come on. We got to touch on it a little bit, Yeah. I'll be on the call of Westwood and Round Rock this week. So the Battle of the Bell happening a mile down the road. My favorite games are at Dragon Stadium, Stu. You know where I stay. I'm like, I'm going to Dragon Stadium. It's going to take me 4 minutes to get there. It takes more time to haul the gear up.
Kind of like with me and Palace on Palmer. Same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Texas OU. So here we are. We're still in the afterglow of what we saw on Saturday. And again, Texas going into the game as the favorite. I really didn't. I don't know what I thought with John Mateer coming in injured, and I still say that at some point you probably should have made the move to go to Michael Hawkins, but I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they didn't. So is this, because it seemed like to me, I mean, you had Colin Simmons, you had these guys that you expected them to do amazing things. You had Ryan Niblett that made plays that you've been waiting for that. To me, the last couple of weeks, even in the Florida game, I think that Arch Manning was really, really good in the Florida game by himself. I mean, because there wasn't a lot that was working. Stu, in your opinion, is this the time to where you had all of that because the expectations were this high? A lot of this unproven with new starters on the offensive line and cohesiveness with receivers and a beat up running game, and you're leaning on the defense. You kind of struggle. You have some time off. You put all the pieces together, and boom, here you go. Is the season changed, do you think, from that win over your bitter rival that was, oh, by the way, number 6 in the country?
Man, that's a good question. It's definitely better going into another road game with a win behind you.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to say because there is the notion rivalry games, you just toss all the stats out the window because it's a rivalry game, and this is what is among the greatest rivalries in college football. Arch looked good. A lot of that was because he was getting protection. The offensive line did their job. Does that mean the offensive line is coming around? Maybe. I want to see what happens with Kentucky, and I think Texas is favored, I think, in that one.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Texas by 12.5, and that's at Kentucky. So I want to see what they can do at Kentucky. Can they kind of do the same thing they did against Sam Houston State, where kind of just do their business? I want to think maybe this is a turning point. I'm gonna wait and see. Now, a big part of it, I think, a big part of Texas' win up at the Cotton Bowl, penalties. Four penalties for like 30 yards or something like that.
Yep. Easily
the best they have had this season so far on that side, on that particular point of the ball. That's been what has killed them in at least 2 or 3 of the games, was the just inordinate amount of yellow flags that would come out. So playing a clean game, having your resources to bear. Wisner looked fantastic. Can all that come together, and now Texas can go through the rest of the season with a good shot at winning out? Now that's probably what they're going to have to do if they want even a chance at the college football playoff. After what happened at OU, I think there's a chance. Let's see what happens.
And it has to be, and that's where I'm curious to see coming out of this, to where it has to be the mindset of, we talk about afterglow of the win and, whatever cliche you want to use. It's like, how do you, when you come out and you struggle, how do you respond from struggling? Or you come out and you lose, how do you respond? But a lot of times it's the same thing, to where it's like, how do you respond to where you don't want to get, with Kentucky, arguably one of the worst teams in the SEC, maybe the worst, there with Mark Stoops. Are you going to revert back to maybe playing down to the level of the opponent, which I that was thrown around a lot during that kind of 3-game exhibition part of the season, whatever you want to call it right there. But I think a lot of the cohesiveness just hadn't been built yet. And you mentioned Contravian Wisner. That was a huge addition right there when you add that guy back into the lineup. And, we see yesterday that Jarrett Gibson is transferring out of the program. He's hit the portal. And I think what this really does, because we think CJ Baxter is going to be playing on Saturday. Last year against Kentucky, it was a huge Wisner game. I truly believe that James Simon had asserted himself, like this past week. If you had to go somebody outside of Wisner, I think you would have gone to Simon to be the back that was going to be the one to carry you on. So all of that's kind of cleared itself out a little bit. And now you've got guys that are starting to make plays. Again, it's like I say, how do you respond from glory? A lot of times, because how do you respond from adversity? So I'll be curious to see. And you mentioned about the penalties. I mean, that has been the killer, and the pre-snaps and all that. And you didn't have that. You have 4 penalties, which that right there is just a step in a positive direction, where it seems like it all came together when it really counted the most.
You're absolutely right. That's the thing. And you're right. I think Gibson hitting the portal, it clears the running back situation up a bit.
Yep.
And yes, if they can get CJ Baxter. Now look, with him coming off an injury, it's Kentucky. They're expected to win. If I'm Coach Sark, I'm saying let's keep the hot hand. Let's keep Wisner in and let him. He had a fantastic game against them last year. Let's run it back and give Baxter that extra week to make sure he's okay. Look, the Oklahoma quarterback probably could have used an extra week. He wanted to come back because it was Texas OU. I get it, but he probably could have used an extra week, and we saw that. So yeah, I think let Wisner let him have the load as far as running back goes this weekend against the Wildcats.
I think you just need to hopefully what we see this week, and we'll preview Kentucky as we get closer to Saturday, a night game, and so forth. But it is where you're coming off of the ultimate rivalry game, and then you're kind of back to reality again. How do you handle that? And I think that's one of the things that's going to be really curious to see. Steve Sarkisian was asked, does this give you any indication of what your team can truly look like? Is this what this team can look like? This is Coach Sark.
I think we're 1-1 in the SEC. I said this last week. I don't think people wanted to hear me when I said it. We were 0-1 in the SEC last week. We won the conference a year ago in the regular season by going 7-1 in conference play. If we can play the way we played today, we're plenty good enough to compete with any team in our conference. But we got to play that way. And just as I told the team in the locker room, we have more work to do, right? We're going to celebrate this until we get back to Austin, and then we're going to switch gears. We're going to get ready for Kentucky at night, and it's going to be a tough environment. It's going to be a hard-nosed football game, but that's what this conference requires. It requires mental and physical toughness week in and week out. And so the way we prepared this week for this game is the way we need to prepare for next week's game. It's going to take the same. And so we don't have time now to take a deep breath and relax. We've got to go further. We got to dig deeper. We got to require more and demand more as coaches, and the players got to give more. And that's what it takes in this conference. But if we can play this way, surely we're good enough to put ourselves in position to win a lot more football games.
Stu, and the thing about that there, those comments that he talks about, and Sarkisian is so eloquent the way he explains stuff, where you sit there and listen to him and it's like, yeah, that really makes sense. I mean, is it coach speak? I mean, a lot of it is, but he really hit the nail on the head, to where the one thing that I take out of that is you unfortunately have put yourself in the position to where I mean, dare I say, every week kind of is an SEC championship game for you because you have the loss and you got some stuff that's coming up, and you've got the SEC where it seems like to me right now, kind of the transition over to the league in general, to where the league is very volatile right now. I mean, we're sitting here at after week 6 or 7 to say, in my opinion, that Texas A&M is on paper the best team in the league. I mean, I didn't think I'd be saying that, and I didn't think I'd have Alabama number 2 and Ole Miss 3rd. I mean, this is a very competitive league, the top league in college football. I don't care what the Big Ten, what any of them want to say. This still is where it matters most, to use that cliche.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, what Sark said, it's it's a little bit of a coach speak, like you said, but of course that makes sense. If you play like you did against OU, play like that the rest of the season, yeah, you've got a good shot at winning. That's just common sense.
Yep.
Don't take a day off. Don't take a Saturday off. Hard nose, practice hard, play hard, do it every week because you still got some games. You got Georgia coming up in a few weeks. Of course, the Thanksgiving weekend game against the Aggies. But if you keep at it like you did this past week, you got a shot.
Yeah, and Vanderbilt here, November 1st, I think is a game that is going to get overlooked because, Alabama kind of paying back the favor from getting beat by Vanderbilt last year. I think maybe Vanderbilt's kind of lost a little bit of spark right there, but that's still a really, really good football team that's going to come in with Diego Pavia in that bunch where they want to come to DKR and knock Texas off. And that one is one that I hope that doesn't get lost on the schedule right there with all of these guys of the forthcoming that you talk about with the Aggies and Georgia and so forth. But yeah, it's definitely a different looking SEC than we thought it was going to be, to where we're kind of handing this thing to Georgia / Texas, LSU, boom, there they are. And that's really not the hierarchy at the moment. So we'll see if some of these other teams stumble and fall as we get closer into the stretch run of the SEC season. Friends, got to tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, covertbeecave.com. Check out the weekly specials right now. Jump on there right now and take a look, and then you make that beautiful drive out there. 42 acres of just amazing quality pre-owned and new vehicles, and of course the service after the sale. Service bays galore. They will take care of you. Here's a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out today at covertbeecave.com. Also, audiovisual consultations. It's that time of the year. You've got hockey underway. Man, I sat back and watched some Dallas Stars last night. 3-0. 3-0, the Dallas Stars in a very young NHL season. I checked that, and I checked MLB playoffs out over the weekend. Once I got home, I checked out NASCAR playoffs. I'll be checking out Formula One this week from the cozy confines of the AV Consultation Studio. I ain't going out there, but it's audiovisual consultations. They will take care of you like they've taken care of us.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultation.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's a numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. Chaos Theory here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Stu Myrick in with Ronnie, this morning here is Wags a little under the weather. So, man, you get off the top rope with Stu. We've got that coming up towards the bottom of the hour. We do want to talk a little bit about Formula One. But before we go there, because this is a man I say all the time that has covered our Dallas Cowboys for a lot of years. The Cowboys come out just when you think, hey, man, I was talking because I was off the air for about a week last week, Stu, and I come back and, the NFC East is all jumble where Philadelphia's kind of coming back to the pack and the Giants are waking up and kind of everybody's in the hunt right here. And then you have our Dallas Cowboys with, I say, Dak Prescott having arguably the best year of his career, just doing amazing things. But this defense, in your years of being a Cowboy correspondent, fan, whatever you want to call it, have you seen anything this bad? Talking about Lake Travis, I don't think they could stop Lake Travis.
Look, Cowboys have, for all their faults, over the last several years, they've been able to hang their hat on good defense.
Yep.
Solid defense. And we're not talking Baltimore Ravens or anything like that, but they've been solid. This year, though, they can't stop anything. I mean, and we saw it. We saw it this last game. So when Brian Schottenheimer got hired as the head coach, I was like, wasn't exactly a sexy hire. Wasn't, didn't move the needle or anything. He's a serviceable head coach. The defensive coordinator, though, and of course he is being lambasted, especially up in DFW. Our friends at 105.3 The Fan, the flagship for the Cowboys, they're having a field day. And look, Matt Eberflus, he's been head coach once, 3 years with the Bears.
How'd that work out?
All 3 years, never got above 500. Never. 3 years, losing records all 3 years. And then they decide, he'll make a great defensive coordinator. Really? Because we're seeing it. It ain't happening. I mean, and they've got talent on that side of the ball. Yes, they lost Micah Parsons, which, is still probably among the dumbest moves of the 2025 NFL season. But you still got some talent over there. But it's just, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're planning. I was reading an article from John Machota from The Athletic talking about how they've got to make changes, and Schottenheimer says they're going to make changes. They haven't specified what those changes are, but they're going to make changes. But still, I mean, it is a shall we say it's an interesting ride watching the Cowboys on a Sunday.
It's really hard because, I mean, not really to defend Matt Eberflus, but kind of maybe to defend him a little bit. I mean, it is hard when you bring the guy in and you kind of take that chess piece out of the whole equation right there. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's really tough. But like you said, and again, this is one of those situations to where I think it was just a bad business decision by the Cowboys to bring that guy in. I mean, go find somebody that's got maybe some more success, for what you're going to deal with, especially if you had an idea, which again, I guess they didn't have the idea that Michael Parsons wasn't going to be a part of this defense. But when I sit there and I rewatch this game, because I listened to it with Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg on the way back on Sunday.
Best broadcast team in the NFL.
Number one. And when I hear the frustration in Brad Sham, it's like, okay, I've got to go watch this. If that dude is riled up like he was, and when you've got guys that are wide fucking open, Stu, it's like, I could catch that ball, because there's not anybody within yards of these dudes.
Yeah.
And this is Carolina. I mean, this isn't the Commanders that are coming up. I mean, the Commanders are going to go and watch this film, Stu, and they're going to be like, whoo,
yes,
yummy.
Oh yeah.
They look like Wile E. Coyote trying to catch a roadrunner.
I mean, look, I have seen, I've been at, several of those Commanders games up at AT&T Stadium. But man, with the egg they laid at Carolina,
mm-hmm.
and then they come home to play Washington. If Washington gets the win there, oh man,
yeah,
it's Katie bar the door. The fans are going to be up in arms.
And that's where really, I think as a Cowboy fan, it's so frustrating that you do have, I mean, I think I would rather have an average offense and an average defense, to where it's like, you know, you got a little bit of good and you got a little bit of bad on both of them. But this offense, man, this is number one offense in the league right now. And what George Pickens is doing, and Ferguson doing what he's doing, and Javonte Williams comes in, and, you know, a much maligned running back where he's seen his better days. And here he is once again. He's, you know, he's found the fountain of youth right now. And Dak, like I said about Dak Prescott, I'm extremely hard on Dak Prescott, but this is an MVP level that we've never seen this dude at, with a jacked up ankle and all the different things that he's doing right now. But he's worked his ass off to put himself in a position, but he just has no support on the other side of the ball. And that's where it's going to be hard for them to win. You score 27, 37 points and you still can't win. That's not a good recipe for success, especially as that schedule's about to get to be a real bitch right now as we get further in.
You're absolutely right. And the offense is the offense is doing what they're supposed to do. It's not, you know, it's not going to be flashy, but yes, they've got some momentum. You mentioned Dak. He's having a great year. George Pickens has been a godsend at wide receiver. I would dare say he's wide receiver 1 right now instead of CD. And then, Williams at running back has been a wonderful send. And that's got to be frustrating for Dak, because the defense can't hold off the opposition. I mean, I saw, you know, that last drive where Carolina scores the winning touchdown. They just marched down the field, and it's kind of like, and I'm watching, I'm going, it's going to happen. We know it. So, so they've got to figure something out this Sunday against Washington. It frightens me to think what's going to happen.
But isn't that there's got to be a part of the mind, because I go to this all the time, and every week I go to this bit when it comes to the Cowboys, to where it's like, okay, you saw what you saw, and now it happened against the Packers, because I did this before the Packers, to where in the game that you tied, where you kissed your sister, to where it's like, okay, after what we just saw, this Washington thing, the Washington is just going to have they're going to put tread all over the carpet at AT&T Stadium with what they're going to be doing. But this is where as a Cowboy fan, it's like, they're going to answer the bell. They're going to answer the bell and go down to the wire and do shit that you don't expect them to do, because that's what the Cowboys do, right? It just seems like it seems rigged, because it's like, okay, that just happened, and hell, you come out and beat the Commanders. You've almost beat the Packers. You've almost beat the Eagles, but you got boat raced by the Bears, and the Panthers did what they did to you. That's just Dallas football, man.
Yeah, it's an adventure. It's a roller coaster ride. I mean, Cowboys fans should be used to it by now. So
yeah. I'm going to play this for you. We played this yesterday, so we've got a crack staff. Actually, you've actually gone out and got us some sound that you can only hear right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got Jerry Jones after the game on Sunday there in Charlotte. This was Jerry Jones just kind of talking about everything that he saw on Sunday.
I'm so pissed about this loss. I'm going to snort some dinger pills until my nose bleeds, pick up a lunchtime stripper, and give her the grossest 11 minutes of her life. When Rico Dowdle scored a touchdown, I cheered. Not because I'm happy for him, but because I thought he was still on the Cowboys. I must have been nose deep in a Chili's waitress when we let him go. If people think we'll be better after I die, well, too bad. I'm going to live forever because I drink Johnny Walker, blue and midget piss. It keeps my blood pumping. I'm going to do what I always do after a loss. Go home, eat some hash brown casserole, and run a train on a Walmart greeter with my son, Steven. When I got caught flipping someone off in the press box last week, that was actually directed at Matt Eberflus and whatever dumbass hired him.
Who hired him? Yeah. So, there you go.
Look, I have been part of those Jerry Jones scrums in front of the locker room more times than I care to count. To this day, I still have the one night when he tried to steal my soul once.
Wait, what? What'd he do?
Okay, real quick story. So it's post game. I think it was a Cowboys loss. So
no.
And the routine is, so we all head down to the locker room, usually about 5-6 minutes left in the game. So we're standing there, we're waiting. Game ends. Here comes, and the first group that we see is Jerry and his entourage. Then we see the players, coach, yada yada yada. So we're waiting out there about 10-ish minutes. Jerry will come out, and that's when the media just kind of gets around him, and Jerry holds court. So Jerry starts, he's talking, whatever. And they open the locker room, and media peel off, go in the locker room, get player quotes, and Jerry will stay there for at least half an hour, easily. So it was one of those nights. I said, you know what? I just want to see what Jerry's going to say. Let's hear. It got down. Words. It was Jerry Jones. I'm standing in front of him, and the Shereen Williams is right next to me. Shereen Williams, Hall of Fame writer, one of the best that ever covered Cowboys. Shereen would ask Jerry a question, and when Jerry answered, he would look at me. Eye to eye. And I really think that was the night he tried to steal my soul. So there you go.
Well done, man. So
it was, but yeah, Jerry is, I still have the clip. It was Calvin Watkins, who works for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He asked him something, and Jerry said something to the effect of, sometimes I confuse my dreams with reality. And it's like, well, of course you do, Jerry.
That's one way to put it. That is one way to put it. It's easy to pick on him, but at the same time, you can't overlook what he's done, what he's accomplished. I mean, it's like, I love to laugh at him, but at the same time, it's like, I love the guy. I mean, I really do. I really do.
The success, despite the lack of, postseason success, the success overall, they're still among the most valuable franchises in all of professional sports. That's including the Premier League. I mean, it's still the Dallas Cowboys.
Stu, the Dallas Cowboys are sports entertainment. They are exactly sports entertainment is what they are.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Before we go off the top rope with Stu and before we touch on Formula One, let me tell you about our friend Ryan Hurricane Heck, brand new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Heck. That is our man, Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. When he's in the courtroom, he looks like that Texas Longhorn defense, so aggressive. But when he's with you, he looks like the Dallas Cowboy defense because he's compassionate and very calm, like the Dallas Cowboy defense. Injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, hurt dog bite, random dog bite. You're out walking your dog. There's one call to make, and it's Hurricane Heck. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless the Hurricane puts money in your pocket. Austin-based Texas proud, friend of the show, fighter for the people. I talk about him all the time right here on the program. He is the real deal. Don't let those big insurance companies bully you around. Don't make that phone call to me, Bob Barker. Don't make that phone call to me, Steve Harvey. That other guy from Let's Make a Deal, I can never remember his name. I only know Tiffany Coyne, the model, because she's good looking. Let Hurricane Heck blow their case out of the water. Call him today. Save this number in your phone right now, 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hecklawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHD Tell him Texas Sports Unfiltered save you. Another phone number to put in your phone. It is McCall Custom Homes, 512-633-9580. Get that number in if you've got a home renovation project that you were looking to do on your property. Don't sell your property right now. A volatile market right now. Lots of things going on right now. I hear the government shut down. I don't know. I'm still paying taxes. I don't understand any of that stuff. But that's the folks that you want to call to add value to your home. And that's what they do. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. For over 4 decades, family owned. It's a father-son team, family owned and operated, been doing it right here in the Central Texas area for a lot of Central Texans, like Bucky Godbolt, like myself, like a lot of our viewers right now on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's been Mike McCall and his amazing crews that come out and can transform your home from what you think it could be to what it's actually going to be, adding value to your home. 512-633-9580. Call them today. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We build value into your home. Bottom of the hour, Stu. Goes without saying that Formula One, you and I have covered a lot of Formula One events out there. And that's coming up. I was looking at the odds a little bit earlier today, kind of on who would win that race. And Max Verstappen at plus 200, which, the success that he's had there with Red Bull. Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris at plus 225 with what they're doing there with Arrow McLaren. And then it's all the way to plus 1,200 with George Russell and Mercedes. Say what you want to say about it. It's just it's a social event when Formula One comes up into Austin.
Yeah, it's, I would dare say that, when they have the ticket sales, at least half of them are because of the concerts. They got concerts,
yeah.
Kygo. I'm old. I don't know. I don't know what that is. They got him and Garth Brooks. I know who Garth Brooks is.
I do know.
But yeah, that's and we've seen it. You and I have seen it. Like when we get done with the Saturday, with qualifying and the press stuff and everything, as we're leaving COTA, you can see the traffic coming in.
It's the best time to go.
Yeah, because they're not worried about the race. They want to see whoever's performing, and we've had some fantastic performers at F1 at COTA. As far as the weekend goes, I saw the announcement earlier today. Mercedes has locked up George Russell and Kimi Antonelli for 2026, and this is the time of the season when we start to hear about 2026 plans for the different teams. We know Max is going to stay with Red Bull. That's fine. As far as this weekend goes, yeah, I think qualifying is going to say a lot. Obviously, the sprint race, I'm not that crazy about it. I get what they do it, fine, whatever, but it's a sprint race, whatever. Yeah. As far as the driver standings, you got Piastri and Lando Norris at 1 and 2, and they're separated by 22 points. And then Max Verstappen is down a little bit further in third place. So, this will go a long way towards determining the drivers' championship. McLaren's already locked up the constructors' championship. They are so far out. This is like Mercedes a few years ago, where they would lock up the constructors' championship about the time they come back from summer break. So it'll be a good race. It always is. Max has had success. I want to see what McLaren can do on the track. Especially with both Piastri and Norris having success throughout the season. It'll be a fun race, and it'll be at a decent time rather than first thing in the morning. It's I think 2 p.m. Central here in Austin at Circuit of the Americas. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun race, and we'll see what happens, because I think next week's Mexico City, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens this week, see what transpires. When they get to Vegas, we might know who's going to be the world champion. But yeah, it's always a fun weekend when Formula One arrives in the ATX.
Yeah, always a lot going on. Turnpike Troubadour is also on Sunday there post race, so you'll have all of that. And again, syntextickets.com or circuitoftheamericas.com if you're looking for those tickets to get out there. There's a lot of room out there. I do recommend get a grounds pass going out there. It's probably your less expensive way to do it. You're going to have to be hiking around, but the thing about it is that is the beauty of it, and you don't go out there and you're not going to be able to see the entire race course, because that's a mammoth 3.41 mile monstrosity that you have out there. So kind of pick your spot, kind of move around a little bit, prepare for having a lot of people out there, because it gets really, really crowded. And it's a social event. The food is good. Take your debit card, because it's going to cost you some money to do different
Stay hydrated.
Yeah, stay hydrated. Yeah. And you mentioned the sprint race. So that's so what that is right there, what you're going to have on Saturday. And I think this is a schedule, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. So you'll have the sprint race qualifying, I think right around noon. And what the sprint race is, to where the F1 race is a, hour and a half, 60 lap, whatever it is. This is a drastically shorter 20 plus laps or something like that. I think it is. You'll qualify for that. Then they run the sprint race. Then they come back and they'll actually qualify for Sunday. Mm-hmm. But you can accumulate driver points. You can accumulate owner points and so forth in the sprint race. So it's kind of a, like with NASCAR, where you have the trucks and you have the Xfinity race, mm-hmm. to where it's kind of the same thing. You're getting an additional race, is what you're getting. So
right, yeah, qualifying scheduled for 4:30 p.m. Central on Friday, and then the sprint is straight up high noon on Saturday, and then you'll have qualifying for the Grand Prix at 4 p.m. Central on Saturday.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's fine. I get. By the way, you mentioned NASCAR. They've announced NASCAR at COTA February. It's that last February, like 27, 28, March 1st, something like that. So we'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, and a much more laid back experience, I will tell you, and a lot of it is because of number one, it's less where Formula One is global. NASCAR is more, I mean, not quite as global is what you get there. So both great events, and COTA does an amazing job. Our friends at Speedway Motorsports with how they just come in and consume and transform. That's the coolest thing to where. Like when you go in February or March or whatever for a NASCAR race, and it's like very NASCAR, and then boom, you come back in October for Formula One, and it's like, well, what the hell? What happened here? I mean, it's like, when you get dressed up for a gala, it's like I take it as myself to where this is me every day dressed like this. Yeah, I got Sabrina Carpenter on. That's my lady right there. That's a souvenir. And then I put a tuxedo on when I become Formula One. So it's
well, it was kind of the reverse because like you said, I covered Formula One for years, and then that first year that brought NASCAR to COTA, it was like, oh wow, this is different. They were talking about how they had to change like the braking signs, they had to change them from the meters to just 3, 2, 1, and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Stu, before we go off the top rope here, before we dive out of here with the Lone Star Playbook coming up, Michael C. on the COTA text line, 512-222-9328. Hey, Stu, what do you think about Austin FC's regular season? What do you see them doing in the playoffs?
MLS. Yeah, Austin FC, so they are the 6th seed, if I'm not mistaken, in the West. They got the win against LAFC this past weekend. Jury's still out on the head coach, Nico. I can't think of his last name. Dadgum. Anyway,
Rico Suave.
That's funny. So I could see possibly making it through that first series. I don't see him going past that, honestly. It's still too inconsistent. And look, Brad Stuver is just nails us, at the goalkeeper position. I think he's fantastic, but I think they do not create offense like they should or like what they need to do to succeed in Major League Soccer. So I could see him getting a playoff win, but I don't see him going much past that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what I've gathered too, just from talking to other insiders like yourself. That's kind of what I've gotten from them. And I do want to say right here with the comment right here, I would recommend, and again, especially with Texas having a Saturday night football game, if you're a Texas fan, and with the other thing about it, I mean, you got a massive schedule coming up in college football. You got LSU and Vandy, Ole Miss, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, USC, Notre Dame, Utah, and BYU in the Big 12.
Yeah.
I would say that Saturday for COTA would be the day to go. It's just you get more action on the racetrack. If you're going for action on the racetrack, to me, that's the better day, because Sunday, I know a lot of people they do this with NASCAR as well, to where it's like you go for all the kind of the preliminary or the prelude stuff, and then I don't want to be a part of the mess on Sunday.
Yeah, you also have the support races. They'll have at least 2 or 3 support series, and you'll see those on Saturday as well. So yeah, Saturday's a good day. If you want to stay for the Kygo, I guess that's what you say it. Fine, but if you don't want to, then yeah, you're out of there. They like you said, they run the qualifying, then get out of there, and then tune in to Texas, Kentucky. Craig and Roger will have the call on the radio, and of course he'll be on, I think, SEC Network.
So
right,
I think that's what that is.
So yeah, that's it. It's a good rounded out Saturday.
Yeah, Yeah, do one day. I mean, because especially if it's your first time, it is overwhelming. I will tell you, it is very overwhelming. It's just a lot of people. Coming up on 10 o'clock, while we wait for the guys, we got to go off the top rope. Let's ring the bell. With Stu Myrick, the world of professional wrestling. Don't forget, I believe they drop on Wednesday. Sports Guys Talking Wrestling. Be sure and check out the podcast right there with Stu. Everything when it comes to WWE, AEW, all the way down to what I love the most, the independents, those promotions that really keep it real. I know a lot of folks in that business. I communicate a lot with our man Rudy Gonzalez, just kind of talking about old Southwest days, but anything going on, Stu, that you kind of want to touch on when it comes to the world of professional
couple
wrestling?
things. First of all, independent wrestling, I would do a quick plug. Rhodes Wrestling Association has Hill Country Brawl this Saturday, 6 p.m. Central is the bell time. It'll be at the RWA Bullpen in Leander. Tickets are available. Go to Eventbrite, search Rhodes Wrestling Association. Got a great card. Should be a fantastic night. Dustin does such a wonderful job booking those cards, so it's always fun. Come on out to the RWA Bullpen in Leander. Like I said, go to Eventbrite, just search Rhodes Wrestling Association. You'll see the link for the tickets this Saturday, 6 p.m. Central. They're in Leander. Should be a fun time. As far as what's happening in wrestling, the big story right now is Seth Rollins. So they had Crown Jewel in Perth, Australia. The main event was Seth Rollins, the World Heavyweight Champion, against Cody Rhodes, the WWE Champion, to determine a Crown Jewel Champion, something they established last year. Seth Rollins was on the top rope. He was doing a coast-to-coast, which is you jump from one rope and land at the other corner. And I guess he was trying to do a headbutt or something. But when he landed on his arm. Well, then it came out a little bit later. Yes, he injured himself. They shot the angle on Monday night on Raw. It was actually Monday morning here in the U.S. because they were still on Australia. Seth Rollins has this, faction called the Vision with Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker along with Paul Heyman. Well, Bronson and Braun turned on Seth Rollins. And, kicked him out. So, but it has come out. Seth Rollins did injure his arm. It is likely he's going to need surgery. So, and then this is coming out, like I said, this was as of yesterday evening. So, there's a lot of questions about what's going to happen to the World Heavyweight Championship. Is it going to have to be vacated? Which I would think it's probably going to be. If he's got to go through surgery, that means he's going to be out for a little while. CM Punk won a match to become the number one contender for that title. So now they got to figure out what's going to happen with that. So that's the big thing right now. The other thing is AEW has a show this weekend. AEW Wrestle Dream main event, Hangman Adam Page defending the AEW World Title against Samoa Joe. That should be just a flat out fight. You also got John Moxley and Darby Allin in an I Quit match. If you have not seen an I Quit match, those are brutal. Of course, my mind goes immediately to Magnum TA Tully Blanchard at the 85 Starrcade, if I'm not mistaken. Where Magnum was going to stab him with the broken wooden chair, and Tully said, "I quit." But those are going to be brutal, and Darby is, he is just an absolute daredevil. So that'll be this weekend as well. But the big one, what's going to happen with Seth Rollins going forward? What's going to happen with the Vision going forward? Interesting time in pro wrestling right now.
Yeah, for sure. Stu, before we bring on Eric Henry, I do want to ask you, so like with the independent promotions and so forth, because now with, like we said a while ago, we talked about the Dallas Cowboys being sports entertainment. And, Vince McMahon, famously, sports entertainment. This is sports entertainment. And I think that was kind of a massive shift in professional wrestling at that time when he kind of broke the code and said, it's sports entertainment. With the independents, like with Dustin Rhodes and these guys that see the young guys that come through, obviously the physical ability, the physical stature, the stamina and so forth. But when it comes to holding one of these things, working a microphone and doing that part. How big does that factor in for one of these guys or ladies to kind of escalate themselves to a level of AEW or opportunities to get into the WWE?
It's a lot of it is simple, right place, right time.
Yeah.
A lot of it, I do know that both WWE and AEW scout the indies because, of course, they're looking for the next talents. They're the next gen talents. WWE has their developmental program with NXT, with Evolve. They've got a system, so to speak. AEW doesn't have that system right now. Could it happen in the future? It's possible, I guess. But I know they keep an eye on the indies, and they, as far as it like I said, it's just a matter of, you catch the eye of the right person, and you could end up on TV somewhere. And it could be, maybe AEW, maybe WWE, or it could be Major League Wrestling or the NWA or TNA. TNA wrestling is hot right now. You could even, maybe find your way to Japan, go wrestle for New Japan Pro Wrestling or Pro Wrestling Noah. In fact, we've got a graduate of the Road Wrestling Academy, Null, who is now wrestling for Pro Wrestling Noah right now in Japan.
Nice.
So yeah, there's a lot of it. It's just, you keep plugging at it, and you might get noticed.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like anything else, keep working, get noticed, and be in the right place at the right time. The gentleman of the Lone Star Playbook join us. It's Jordan Scruggs. It's our man E. Henry. Gentlemen, how we doing? A little transfer portal stuff I see going on yesterday over at the 40 Acres.
Yeah. Double R, Stu, what's going on? Definitely a little transfer portal news. I did want to circle back real quick. I got a kick out of what you said there, Double R, about calling the Dallas Cowboys sports entertainment.
Yeah.
Because that is exactly what the Dallas Cowboys are. They are not sports, okay? Just like Vince McMahon said, we are not sport. We are not entertainment. We are sports entertainment. The Dallas Cowboys are not solely in the business of sports. They are sports entertainment. And that
they
is
are,
why
man.
I feel for people who are Cowboys fans. Because
soap opera, man. It's a soap opera.
You were watching.
Well, remember, Jerry's close friends with Vince McMahon, so just let that sink in.
Yeah, Eric, you sound like you're underwater or something.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, hang on a second, man. All right. Let me drop off and get this mic. I only say that because I just got to complain about the flagship podcast. I wasn't able to use my usual mic, and someone on Twitter said it sounded like I'm underwater. Just give me a second.
I'll take you down.
You're all good.
Yeah, there he goes. Hey, Jordan, I got to tell you this. So again, we were laughing at my Lockhart Lions yesterday, and Stu and I covered. See, Wags ain't here. Stu and I talked high school football today. So we did some of that. But I got a text from one of my Lockhart buddies that I told him sends me shit all the time, and he's like, "We're the KBVO big game of the week," and I'm like, "Dude, you're gonna be on local TV playing Weiss?" And then about an hour later, he texted me again and said, "I just talked to the coach, and they don't want us."
Oh.
Right. The coach. What do you mean the coach doesn't want us?
No. The coach texted somebody and said that they don't want us to be the big game of the week. They're going to find somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
Not our game.
It's a good idea. That game's already over. Weiss might score 70.
Yeah.
I mean, they hit 70 on Lehman.
Hit 87. It was 87.
Jeez.
Oh
man, it's like at some point. I will say, for all the hate Jamal Fenner got for running up the score whenever Austin ISD refused to pay bus drivers to keep LBJ in a district that they would have won. To the day I die, I will say Austin ISD robbed LBJ of winning the state championship in 2022.
They did.
The year before, they lose to Stephenville, and they beat the shit out of Bernie on Black Friday in the Alamo Dome. I was at that game. And I don't know if this is out there. I think it might have been reported, but the day before that game versus Bernie, which was a third-round playoff game, Jamal Fenner's son was shot and killed in Pflugerville.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And they still went out and beat the shit out of Bernie. They scored 60 on them.
Yeah.
The next year, because Austin ISD won't pay bus drivers, they put LBJ into a 5A district, and they beat the shit out of everyone. And they lose, I think, round 2 to PNG. That year, Bernie goes to state and beats China Spring at state. They were down, I think, 21 points at one time, came back and hit a walk-off field goal to win. And if that same Bernie team played that LBJ team, it wouldn't have been close again. So I feel for them. It was wild to me how much like people in the Austin area would get mad at Fenner and LBJ for running up to score on those Austin ISD opponents. Like, what are you going to tell them? They tell the kids not to score. Like, he already pulled the starters at halftime. You're going to tell the 2s and 3s not to score or try hard in the third quarter, you know? So I remember after every game, they'd win 80-0, and someone would stick a camera in his face and be like, you know, how do you feel about, you know, the other team and how they feel? And he's like, dude, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
So
I had the same thing happen with Lake Travis back in the day. It was, you know, they would, and look, Hank Carter tries not to run up the score against, you know, the Andersons or anything like that. But you can't tell them not to play. They've got, you know, that's it. You're doing a bigger disservice to the opponent than just, you know,
man,
just stop it. You know, it's
especially too, like I went to Lake Travis. They have 3 freshman teams. They have 3 JV teams.
Mm-hmm.
There are like at least 20 kids on varsity every year that are only on varsity because they're seniors and Lake Travis doesn't cut anyone.
Yeah.
Like they have to play at some point, you know?
You're right.
Yeah.
It's the way it's just
but
the way it rolls.
Y'all talked high school football. Who do y'all have Friday? Lake Travis, Dripping Springs?
Man.
That's a tough one.
I hate to piss y'all off, but man, I think I got to go with Drip. Man.
There's no home field advantage. The field has been Lake Travis's home field.
Well, see, and that's what I was saying. Lake Travis is the home team on Friday.
Yeah.
Really? I actually didn't know that.
Yes, they're the home team for that game, even though they're playing at Dripping Springs Stadium, which is a great stadium, by the way. Always enjoyed going to Dripping Springs. They're
absolute shit show having to park, though. One of the worst.
It's yeah. You know, my heart says Lake Travis. My head says it's going to be a toss-up.
Yeah.
It'll be a good one. I'm going to Waxahachie versus Cedar Hill. Cedar Hill currently leads the
Shout out
district.
Chad Hastings.
They're in the number 1 spot, but they've not played Hatchie, DeSoto, or Duncanville.
Ooh.
So big stretch coming up for them. Waxahachie, also the home of Chris Hummer, by the way. Eric.
Oh, there you go.
He's a Waxahachie Indian. So
there you go. Nice.
Jordan, sound any better?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds great. Great.
Sir.
I was just like, we probably shouldn't do a full hour sounding like that.
You sound like Barry White, E. Henry. So I think you're good to go.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Stu, thank you for jumping in, my man. Sorry that I gave you a whole 20 minutes.
No worries.
Feel better soon, Wags.
Like I said, now I'm retired, so I got all the time in the world.
Well, that's the reason I reached out. That's why I reached out. I'm like, he ain't doing nothing.
I was drinking coffee. That was it.
Drinking coffee. All right, guys. Y'all have a great show, and we will see y'all mañana.
Awesome. We'll
See you guys.
Wow, this is kind of lame. I mean, I get it, but Dripping Springs is the away team, but they're sitting on the home side. They just
Jordan. Why is that? What's the reason why?
Yeah, so Lake Travis, the geniuses over in West Austin, thought it was a good idea to do a stadium renovation in the middle of the season.
Gotcha.
So Lake Travis had 2 home games. Their stadium's under construction, so they're now playing the rest of their home games at Dripping Springs' stadium, which is about a 30-minute drive from Lake Travis. So,
gotcha.
But since they're in the same district, they have to play at some point, and Lake Travis is the home team this week, even though the game is at Drip, and Drip fans get to be there. And to be honest, like I keep putting down the LT leadership for doing a renovation in the season. I have no idea what they're doing to the stadium or how long it takes, but I don't know. They probably had to do it now if they wanted it ready by next season, I assume. But anyways, that doesn't really matter that much. We're talking Texas OU, Texas, Kentucky, a few different things, Texas. I forgot to say it earlier, but welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Eric Henry. But before Texas OU, Rodney brought it up. 2 Longhorns are no longer Longhorns. They are transfer portal horns. Jarrett Gibson, no longer on the team. He is going to redshirt and go into the transfer portal in January. Same with Will Stone, the kicker. Texas, they obviously still have Mason Shipley, the Texas State transfer, for the rest of the season. But, I mean, hey, that was the big news yesterday. Jarrett Gibson went from a true freshman getting some playing time and in a game as big as Michigan. He scored Texas's second touchdown in the Michigan game last year in Ann Arbor, and appeared, I believe, in 11 of Texas's games last year. This year, however, has not played much, and when he has played, it's been versus Sam Houston or UTEP when either Trey Wisner and or CJ Baxter is out with an injury. So there's been fumbling problems amongst other things with Gibson, but I mean, I don't really ever think it's a good thing losing a depth piece at any point in the season. So I don't know. I will say, like, going to Shard Choice, whenever he took the job in the NFL to go to the Lions, there were people in Gibson's camp who were ready to leave then. Right. And they thought about that. Happened in February, I believe. They thought about going into the April portal window. They stayed. But around fall camp, I started hearing from a source in Austin that they had a sense this was his last year at Texas before going in the portal. Just because in fall camp, I mean, Christian Clark was getting more reps than him, and Wisner, Baxter were ahead of him as well. So, I mean, it's Texas saw this coming. It's not a surprise. Now, the Will Stone thing, I can't really speak for. But, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of with Bayless. The Stone news did catch me a bit off guard just because, I mean, this is a local kid from Regents, always wanted to go to Texas, kind of waited his turn to kick, and then they kind of recruited over him by getting Shipley. They took turns on kickoffs. Shipley's been the place kicker, but, I mean, hey, now it's all Shipley's duties. Wish both Gibson and Stone the best. And I expect Gibson to probably try to get back to the Sunshine State. I don't know if Florida, if whoever their new coach is, will be in a position to take him or what that room will look like. But, hey, there's always a UCF and Scott Frost. I'm sure you'd like to see Gibson get some carries for your Knights.
Oh man, you queued me up there. I was trying to keep the smile off my face. Let me rewind to put on the serious reporter face for a second. Which quick side note, Jordan, I'll tell you the most hilarious story of my reporting career before I get to Jarek and kind of that whole deal. They're putting on the serious face. Long story short, was covering FIU. FIU gets smoked, as FIU was prone to do, although they won yesterday. Kid sets the new program record, breaks T.Y. Hilton's record for receiving yards in a game. And he comes in like smiling his face off. Like, yo, we lost 45-10. Cool. I just set a record. Before he stepped to the podium with all three of us, he's like, oh, wait, we lost. and then like changed his face. I died laughing, bro. All right. No, to back to Texas football. So with Jarek, Jordan, you hit the nail on the head, right? I mean, listen, I don't even cover recruiting in the way that Jordan and Hank do an excellent job for the site. And I'd heard rumblings that Jarek possibly could leave, basically that his time in Austin was winding down at some point, right? So not too much of a shock there. You talk about the lack of playing time, reduced playing time. I don't know how much of it was a byproduct of the fumbles, right? 4 fumbles in his career now. I guess it will be his totality for his Longhorn career, 114 carries. So that's what, quick math here, a fumble every 28, 29 touches. That's not good enough, right? At this level. It's not good at the high school level, right? So there's that. Secondly, and Jordan can speak to this, right? Each recruiting class, sometimes you just out-recruit a previous class. I'm not necessarily saying that's the case with Jarek, because Jarek is a talent, but we all know James Simon, we see progress pretty high on him, right? You got Derek Cooper coming down the pike. And obviously, I think Texas fans are going to learn about not just a Florida running back, but a South Florida running back, which no disrespect to CJ and Jarek, there are levels to this, right? South Florida running back, there's levels to this. So you have him coming down the pike, so not too surprised there. Rob had a comment up, Jordan, that I think I cannot throw comments up here. It was that when he said, if they aren't playing, that doesn't a redshirt affect it. But he also had one. I'll read off his comment if you're able to find it. He says, okay, I don't get it. What is the benefit for a player? What is the benefit for a player who isn't getting a ton of playing time to bail midseason? Wouldn't it be better to keep practicing, working with the team? It's this simple. The portal don't sleep for nobody. All right. This is not NFL free agency. It's not NBA free agency where it opens at one point for everybody. That is the issue with college sports in the portal. Better to get a jump on this now, Rob, than sit here and not necessarily be left out in the cold, because Jarek would find a home. But the earlier you make your decision, the earlier you are out there, and teams can then decide, all right, we can contact this person that's just the deal, right? Until the NCAA, if they ever come up with like, hey, the portal opens this point in time, and like if you are caught talking to someone ahead of time, there will be repercussions. Like in the NBA, you can lose millions of dollars in draft picks and so on and so forth. It's better for the player to leave immediately. So there is that. Real quick on Will Stone, or John, I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
Well, I just wanted to add also, like, Jared Gibson has played in 4 games. I don't know how many Stone has played in. I assume it's 4 or less.
Four.
You can play up to 4 games in terms of your red shirt. Bowl games or playoff games do not count towards the red shirt counter or whatever. But like with Jared Gibson, Texas, they have 6 more regular season games. Would he have played much in those games? Probably not, but he would have played in at least one of them and gotten at least one snap, which would burn his red shirt. The way Sark in this program is, I struggle to believe that, Jared Gibson going to tell them, hey, I want a red shirt, preserve my eligibility so I can go in the portal with 3 years left instead of 2. They're not going to be like, all right, cool, keep taking practice reps from the guys behind you.
Right.
It's okay, you're going to stay and be with the team and work and help us accomplish this goal that the entire team has, or you're going to be individual with your goals and what you want. And if you're going to do that, that's okay, but you're not on the team anymore. Like, they weren't going to keep Will Stone and Gibson around to sit on the sideline and practice or show up to games and not in, pads wearing a jersey on the sidelines. That was never going to happen. And it's different whenever they're in the playoffs and guys know they're not coming back, and Sark gives them the opportunity to stay on the team in the playoffs while they're currently in the portal. But, for Jared Gibson and Will Stone, it's you're either going to stay or you're going to leave. And if you're going to stay, you're going to play and burn your red shirt. So they had a decision to make, and, hey, they made their decision. So, and I mean, hey, we've seen this happen with a few other players elsewhere. Auburn, I believe it was their starting running back is now off the team because he wanted to preserve his red shirt for eligibility so he could go in the portal. And he's off the team now. They weren't just going to let him hang around and, take up scholarship money and all that other stuff. Right. So, it makes sense when you bring up those things. But, I mean, yeah. And I don't know, you had something on Will Stone?
No, yeah. And I'm glad you added that point as well, because, of course, that is, like, just as crucial as, the aspect of getting the portal immediately. It's preserving your red shirt. So that is key too. I just was going to add with Will Stone. I mean, you pretty much covered it, right? I mean, Stone, once Mason Shipley was brought in, of course, they tried to sell us a little bit. Yeah, that running back for Auburn was team captain. They tried to sell us, Jeff Banks and company, that, it was a competition. It was never a competition, right? It was Mason Shipley's job, unless he just fell flat on his face. Will Stone, obviously, I think most people know, strong legs. Some people, I just wanted to mention this, Jordan. Some people have asked, oh man, why isn't Will Stone? He's been short on kickoffs this year. That's by design, right? I mean, they obviously are coaching their kickoff specialists, in certain games to be short. If you've watched enough Will Stone kickoffs, the one thing he's have an issue with is his leg. All right, he can boom the ball through the back of the end zone. That is by design that his kickoffs have been short. But yeah, I don't want to say not shocked with Jarek, but you kind of saw that coming. Will Stone, I mean, listen, I'm no kicking expert, right? But I don't know that Will Stone is 1 year away from making the NFL, like a great year of kicking, but I guess you'll never know if you just stay, right? Like,
yeah,
it's not like he's going to find out here. So,
but like, man, if his only field goal in place kicking attempts in his Texas career came when Texas was just so scared to roll Bert Auburn out at the end of the year, like, that's not good. And after Bert Auburn left, there was no question they had to go in the portal to get someone. That does not reflect well for Will Stone and his future there. He had to make a choice, but I don't know. It is what it is. And I will say, kind of a funny story, but Will Stone was a very good teammate at Texas and a very good person for the program. I've told this story before, but not in a long time. So he was a member of the 2022 recruiting class, Sark's first full recruiting class, because he got there January 2021 and 12 months to build the class. That's one with Kelvin Banks, Cam Williams, Jaden Blue, all those guys. And Texas took 2 specialists that cycle. It was Will Stone and Lance St. Louis, who Texas fans probably don't even know exists, but he's been the starting long snapper on punts and kick units since his true freshman season. He's been a 4-year starter. But they took him on scholarship, Lance St. Louis. Will Stone was originally on scholarship. Will Stone is from Austin. He went to Regents. it costs almost it's like 40 grand a year to go to Regents. He went there his entire life. Texas, they don't do this anymore because the recruiting calendar has changed where signing day is no longer the second or third week of December or second or third Wednesday of December. It's now the first. But a few years ago, when it was the second or third Wednesday of December, Texas, they would always have a big visit weekend, the final weekend before signing day. It would mostly be commits. Their entire class they make an effort to get them all there. But sometimes if they had a late flip candidate or guy they're really gunning for at the end, they would be there as well. Will Stone shows up to Texas's visit weekend with like half the 2022 class in December of 21, right before signing. And this is not my story. It was told to me from someone around the program at the time. But he pulled up in like a brand new 2021 Tesla. And apparently they were like, damn, Will, like that's a nice car. Your parents let you take the car? He's like, no, I just got it for my birthday. Like I had the 2019 and I turned 16 or whatever. And they're like, oh. And the next week, Texas and him had a talk, and he went from being on scholarship to gray shirting, which is when your scholarship is delayed for a year or two. So he wasn't on Scally originally because Texas is like, oh, I mean, in-state tuition, they can afford this, you know. But, like, not everyone is going to do that. So I think he gets some credit. Yeah. I think he gets credit for sticking it out. He's in year 4. Think about how many guys busted or just didn't hit from the 2022 class that left after 1 year or 2 or 3. He stayed for 4. So I think he gets credit for that. I think he gets credit for taking the gray shirt and doing that too. But, hey, they're no longer with us on the team. So we can keep moving on. We can keep moving on.
Hey, Jordan, real quick, can I answer Nathan's question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, he says, Eric, would Steve take questions on guys leaving? Yeah, it depends on how you phrase it, and also depends on the circumstances, right? If you ask specifically about Jonte Cook last year, which I really toyed around doing, but I just never pulled the trigger, you weren't going to get an answer, right? If you ask Steve, hey, how do these losses affect the team? He will answer. If you ask him specifically, Jarrett Gibson, Will Stone, your thoughts, he's probably going to defer to something about, I'm going to focus on the guys who are here. So it depends on the way you phrase the question. And I super quick, Jordan, I laughed because those who may know, I went to 2 high schools in Tampa, but one of them was a private Catholic high school, Tampa Catholic High. It's put some guys in the NBA, Kevin Knox, Janiah Broom, etc. A couple guys in the NFL. Nevertheless, you had kids from the neighborhood that like they would put on financial assistance, i.e. me, right, and others that, okay, we'll give you an athletic scholarship. And I actually got both an academic and athletic scholarship. So it worked out.
Okay.
So it worked out. Or, you know, they're kids that they'll be like, hey, we want you to play sports for us, but see the situation. And there was a kid, Jordan, again, this is super quick. I want to derail the show. A kid, you know, for all intents and purposes, a white kid who was kind of selling himself as like, yeah, you know, I'm someone who needs like, you know, a little financial assistance, right? And then like his parents went through like this entire way of like fudging their income, make it look like they're making less, so on and so forth. And then he pulled up first day. And remember, guys, I graduated high school in 2010. So this is 2006. So this is like the Hummer era, like brand new Hummer. And they were like, yeah, we're going to have him make an adjustment to your assistance here because we know y'all got it.
They saw the TVs on the back of the seat heads, and they're like, take his ass off scholarship.
It was that era with the rims and the TVs in the back of the headrest. And correct, Jordan. So
that boy had like a dozen DVDs back there ready to go.
Exactly.
Ready to go. But, yeah, hey, shout out Tampa Catholic. Wanted to get into your latest stories, the 10 notable takeaways from Sark's Monday press conference. And your 4 downs column. You don't have to get into all 10 takeaways because I know, you know, for some stories like that, there's 6 good ones, but you have to get to 10, so you kind of throw in some extra ones. But I should say main takeaways from Sark's Monday press conference.
Yeah, you know, and like you said, right, some of them you're kind of just giving observations. But let's start here, right? I think this one, Jordan, really interesting. This one, and I labeled it on kicker Mason Shipley's range, possibly changing the way they play offensively. The quote, because I want to make sure I read it verbatim. It's like Mason was 3 for 5 on Saturday. They had 2 misses, one from 55, one from 56. 55, he hit really well. Obviously, hit the upright. That's why he tried the 56-yarder. But the key that I thought of this quote, Jordan, he says, because he's more than capable, it changed our perspective on maybe how we're going to play. I'd probably really apt to go for it in that situation on 4th and 3, but knowing I have him there in my back pocket to kick those field goals shifts the math, shifts the math some on how we play the game. So we're evolving as a team. Jordan, I can't tell you how many times, I don't know if you get this a lot, on the recruiting side, doubtful, but maybe just being around from, a Texas fan and from fans, I get it a ton. Why isn't Sark taking the 3 points? Why isn't doing this, right? I don't know how you feel about it. I've always felt like, listen, a 4th and 2 and below, depending on where that field goal is, you should have enough faith in your offense to pick up those yards, right? But to hear Steve say, hey, it may shift the math on how I do things, I think that's noticeable because I think, Jordan, this is how I take it. In previous years, you probably felt a little more confident that this offense is going to put up 35 points per game. You take a look at Steve Sarkisian's tenure prior to this year. I don't know where they're at right now. I haven't looked, but it pretty much was between 35 and 37 points. That's their average, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe you're more apt to take a shot knowing, hey, we're going to get 35. Somewhere down the road, we're going to get 35 or 40, right? Somewhere in this game. Whereas this year, maybe it's a little bit more up and down. Where it's like, hey, maybe we don't get 35. Again, I need to look at where Texas is at this year, but maybe this is a 24, 25, 26 point game, and you take those 3 points, Jordan. I think that's huge to hear him come out and say that. And there may be Texas fans who, quite frankly, are happy that he chooses to take. Yeah, so Texas is at 28.5 this year, which is 72nd in the nation, right? So you take a look at that. Maybe points are a premium, Jordan. I'm curious your thought on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also curious how much the Sam Houston State game skews that average. If you take out that game, what does it look like? Or what is the average with the 3 Power 4 opponents they've played? Me personally, I'm always cool with going for it on 4th and 2, maybe 4th and 3 if you're in between the 45-yard lines. If you're in between the 40 and 50 on the opponent's side of the field, I think it comes down to the game. Like in the Texas OU game, points are at a premium. I kind of would have lost my mind in section 110 if they were going for it on 4th down. And I don't care that he was 3 of 5. Like, you have to take the points in that game. You have to. Now, if they're playing, Kentucky team, where if they win, it's because the game turns into a rock fight, you should probably take the points. Even if it's 4th and 2 on the opponent's 40, you should, go for a field goal. Now, if you're playing Mississippi State, and Levy wants to turn into an old school Big 12 game, line it up and go for it on 4th down. I think it really depends. I think there's natural hesitance there from Sarkisian just because PTSD of Bert Auburn towards the end of the year. But I mean, man, like as much as I've disagreed in the past with some 4th down decisions, I think I'm on board with pretty much everyone that's been made this season. And especially in that Oklahoma game. I mean, again, I think he did the right thing all 5 times by kicking a field goal, especially because, like, the momentum in that game is so important to the outcome, so important, arguably more than any other game Texas has on their schedule this year. When one side of that stadium gets rocking, things can change quickly. Yes, there's always the risk of a blocked field goal or whatnot, but generating momentum because of turnover on downs can be so important in that game. And I mean, especially because by the end of the first quarter, my dad and I were talking like they might not score a touchdown today. Is in Oklahoma. Like Texas was struggling too. But then once you got in the second half, it's like they might not even get in the red zone. You have to be smart with all the points you take. Yes, you can be aggressive at times with that mindset. But again, I agree with pretty much everything Sark has done on 4th down this year.
Jordan, super quick. You talked about if you take out the Sam Houston game, let's just do the 3 Power 5 opponents, Power 4 opponents. Texas averaging 17 points per game against, they scored 51 points in 3 games. So I think that basically says it right there. Points are going to be at a premium. And maybe, this isn't one of those years where you can guarantee we're going to get 35, right? So there's that.
Yeah. JW Crunch brought up, I thought he should have punted on one of those field goal attempts.
Yeah.
Not a bad point. I also think bringing up the PTSD with Bert Auburn, I think Sark might have been thinking about how Texas should have pinned Florida inside their own 5 twice, but they couldn't. They couldn't get down there fast enough. maybe that was in the back of his head. And I mean, hey, like Shipley, he missed the 55 and 56 yarder. One of them would have been good if it was like backed up one more yard and it didn't doink. And the other one, you know, he tried to get under it too much because I guess he didn't want to doink it like he did the attempts prior. So I don't know. I agree with it. I do see your argument though, and think that the reason Sark didn't was probably because, like, you know, are we really going to risk this and have another touchback when they should be inside the 5? So I don't know.
Jordan, I was going to say super quick because, again, we won't go through all 10. I know you want to touch on 4 downs as well. The other notable takeaway for me that I think is worth referencing here, Steve talked about Arch Manning's ability to create plays with his legs, talking about, you know, DeAndre Moore touchdown, right? That wasn't necessarily the route that was supposed to be run. It was Arch, you know, kind of maneuvering things using his legs, Demo adjusting, and then those guys hooking up. I think that's going to be big, right? Again, Arch Manning, certainly more than a capable enough pocket passer, but we haven't really seen it against, quite frankly, real competition, right? You know, UTSA last year, Mississippi State last year is not Mississippi State this year. The G5 teams, different than the Power 4 teams. So I do think Arch's ability, yes, CB, I'll tell the story real quick once I finish this point. I'll make it quick. I won't type any more of the show with random stories. To Arch's ability to use his legs and get out of the pocket and kind of play backyard football, Jordan, I really think that's going to be big as well, right? Because let's just say it's a game where, you know, you can't just stay in the pocket. Maybe the offensive line has another off outing, right? These guys' ability to adjust. We saw a couple plays like that, man. Not just a Demo touchdown. There was another one. I'm forgetting. It was a scramble for a scramble, and I'm trying to figure out who he threw the ball to. I want to say it was Demo, where he kind of scrambled left and caught him for a first down. I don't know if you remember that.
There were, I mean, I think a lot of Texas positive yardage plays were from the play breaking down, Arch running around, and the Texas receivers knowing, like, oh shit, I got to get open or find a spot in the zone. Like, I know he missed this throw and honestly should not have thrown it, but like, the main play that I think about is an example of them being like, oh, I need to get open, is when they're in the red zone and Arch tried to hit Livingston in the back of the end zone. And if you watch that play, Livingstone is originally running towards the corner, sees the plays broke down, and he immediately turns around. It's just he couldn't get separation from Peyton Bowen, and it was a pass breakup. But, I mean, like, obviously credit's Arch for getting creative, but also, like, receivers deserve so much credit for that and not giving up on the play and getting open. Because in the past, no one would have been open. They would have watched him run around and throw it out of bounds or take a sack. Like, there's a lot of improvement there from Texas. You can clearly tell they worked on it throughout the week, knowing that plays are going to break down and they were going to need every yard they could get.
Jordan nailed it to a T there, especially in the early part of the year. Like you said, they would have stood around and be like, oh, either Arch is going to run, he's going to outrun someone, or we're going to hope he's going to outrun someone, or, all right, Arch better get rid of it because no one's, you know, really working back to the ball or working to a spot in the defense in the zone where they can get open. So that's crucial. Super quick, the car story. Yeah. Stayed at my usual downtown Dallas hotel that I stay at prior to Red River Shootout. It's in downtown Dallas. It ain't the hood, but it's an area, Jordan, where, like, if you go directly across the street and to the right, it's transient. You see people kind of hauling their bags, you know, suitcases, so on and so forth. The valet parking, all it is just directly across the street in a lot that, like, you ain't got to be freaking LeBron or, you know, Victor Wembanyama to jump over that fence. So I woke up the next morning and something felt off because I did kind of hear shit rumbling overnight, like just around the street. So I'm like, all right, it's just people, you know, in town, whatever. I get downstairs, I see the looks on the valet people's faces, and I'm like, all right, something's off. And then I see the look of people in the lobby, Jordan, just like bewilderment / like pissed off. And I'm like, yo, something happened at this hotel. I've stayed enough hotels to know that's not how this works. I've stayed at that hotel prior to Red River, and people are usually like hyped up for Red River. I take 2 steps out the front door, and I just see cars lined up with windows smashed out. Valet put plastic over where the window was smashed out. I made the decision not to drive my car that weekend, but my girlfriend was out of town on a bachelorette party. So I'm like, oh, she drives a Jeep.
Double wolf. Sorry.
Bro.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, she's out of town on on a bachelorette party. So like, yo, she got the Jeep. I'll just take her car. It's more room. Yeah, dog. I saw that Jeep pulled up, and I was like, "Fizz up." So yeah,
Man,
that's
so
the
you
car
drove. You still drove that car to the Cotton Bowl Saturday?
So all right, here's the math I did. Right, I'm like, yo, if someone's gonna steal the car, right, and as Jordan has pointed out, and people have pointed out, the Cotton Bowl, the fair is still in South Dallas. They at least got to make it out like the fair, right? Like, which I guess in theory you could have, but I'm like, is someone really gonna steal this bitch and make it out this big ass parking lot? Like, so I took my stuff out. I took my bag and my J's that I had in there. I took them out and left them at the hotel, and the car was still there. So yes, I had no choice. I mean, I guess I could have Ubered, but yeah.
So they just broke your windows. They didn't even take it.
Not just me. The dozen other people whose cars they hit, nothing was taken.
You have Team Jordans in there or something? Like they didn't want the J's?
But well, listen, I never bring fresh J's with me on the road. Like, come on, especially like not walk around the fair. Hell no. So those were Warren J's. But the only damage was some guy like ranting and raving about his government vehicle, that there was blood all over his government vehicle. So I don't know what happened overnight, but I'll be making the drive up day of game from now on.
Man, that shit, you're gonna have to leave at 3 a.m. Like, you can't risk getting there late.
Yeah.
I've seen Friday Texas OU traffic as hell. It's worse Saturday. Man, so what? You drove home from Dallas to Austin Sunday just without a window?
Sunday, bro. After that, I knew I was gonna have to get this window fixed ASAP before she got back. So I left right after the game. I made one stop for gas and was like, screw it, we're riding out. So yeah, I had to drive with that plastic for 3 hours, and had a mobile service that came out and fixed it Sunday. So, of course she noticed, because women are like the smarter gender, right? And noticed like something's off with the window. So I just told her. I mean, honestly, I called her and told her, but yeah.
She saw that.
Go ahead.
Safe Light Repairs.
Yeah. I don't know if BK got a sponsorship, but exactly. So yeah, $314 later, we got that fixed. So.
Nice. I do not envy you at all. I apologize for the DFW Metroplex not behaving. Any other takeaways from press conference? Or you want to move to 4 downs?
No, we can go to 4 downs.
All right. So you had apologizing to Steve Sarkisian as one of them.
Yeah, I did apologize to Steve. This is why. Okay, not because I was one of the people talking shit about his team. I wasn't, right? I think everything I wrote was fair and real. Jordan, with coaches, man, like, and you know this, even though, you're not a team guy, you listen to enough pressers, enough coaches. You got to listen to shifts in the patterns of the things they say, because they all develop patterns. Steve will say, even though he's not as bad as Rodney Terry, like Rodney Terry would say the same thing every freaking day. But Steve has patterns, right? And I should have picked up on a change in Steve's pattern. So I would say about week 2, I'm trying to think it was before the season. Definitely wasn't before the season. I'd say like week 2. Steve started talking a lot more about wanting this team to peak in November and December, right? And what coach isn't going to say, oh, we want to be playing our best football come November, December, right? Every coach in America would say that. However, that's never really been Steve's like MO, is to come out and say that week 2, week 3, week 4, right? It's always been like, yeah, week to week improvement. But especially the last 2 years, Steve's been like, I can count the amount of times he said, yeah, I think we got a really good football team, right? Early in the year. It's never been like, hey, he's say the week to week improvement, but it's never like, we need to be peaking in November, December, guys. Looking back, I felt like that was him hinting at this team's going to take some time to grow, right? And he just couldn't come out and say it. He can't come out and ask for patience. Look at James Franklin. Like, patience in college football doesn't exist anymore, all right? James Franklin, 14 days ago, the top 5 team in the nation on whatever show it was. Now dude's out of a job, right? Getting paid, but he's out of a job. Patience doesn't, and especially you see the role of these teams firing coaches, like patience don't really exist anymore. So Steve couldn't come out and say, hey, yeah, I know we opened number 1 in the nation. Now we're unranked. I need patience. But he was continuously saying, I hope we peak and play our best football in November and December. That to me, Jordan, was him saying like, yo, this thing is going to take some time. So I apologize because you and I did the thought experiment, right?
Mhm.
How many players on this year's starters on this year's Texas team would you take over last year's? We came up with none outside of the specialists. I still agree with that. Why I apologize is I think I didn't give enough room for the idea that a lot of these guys either are unproven commodities or this is their first year in these roles as starters / significant contributors. And maybe there is a little bit of this that needs to take place as opposed to, hey, you know what you have in a Jade Barron, you know what you have in a Kelvin Banks, even a Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, right? Like not stars, but you know what you have. There is a little bit more of a growth process like this that maybe I should have given a little bit more credence to. Now they got to go out and do it, right? Like they got to go out and back that up. But I can understand the difference in those previous teams in this year in that sense.
Yeah, I mean they're young. I might do it during the bye week just because it would take such a long time. But at some point this season, I'm going to try to whittle down the ages because somewhere in our database we have birthdays for pretty much everyone. And I'm very curious about what, like, if we did the 11 starters on offense and defense and looked at each year of the Sark era, where they are at in terms of age, because it does feel like it's a younger team than pretty much every year of the Sark era. And I always, we should have provided that context more when talking about did or did they not upgrade at this position compared to last year. But I mean, yeah, I don't think you got to apologize to Sark for that, but I know what you mean. The other one, Ryan Niblett staying. I know, there's not a ton to say on that, but I guess just hit on it real quick.
No, I can super quick, right? Obviously Ryan came out in the post game and said, yeah, man, I thought about transferring, like I was close. Steve convinced me to, Sark convinced me to come back, right? Just one of those things. It's like, shout out to Ryan Niblett, right? Because how many dudes nowadays, yes, he was an athlete in high school, right? Played different positions. But how many guys nowadays would be like, oh, shit, the team needs me because we got injuries at, running back, cool, I'll switch. Got injuries at cornerback, cool, I'll switch. Now, most guys can be like, yo, like, I ain't got time for all the switching positions. I only got X amount of years to, get to where I'm trying to get to. So kudos to Niblett, A, for being willing to make those transitions and switch, and B, sticking it out, and just shout out to him that it paid off, right? He's going to be a guy who, was last Saturday's game the most notable Red River shootout of all time. I will leave that to Texas historians to judge. However, I do think his touchdown will be something that should live in Red River shootout infamy because of all the circumstances entering the game. OU being, a top 5, top 6 team, in Texas being where they were. So hopefully that, like, if nothing else comes of Ryan Niblett's career, hopefully that's a moment that is remembered going forward.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, man, shout out to Ryan Niblett. Like, he almost flipped to Houston right before signing day. Forget what Houston's record was that year. It was one of Dana Holgerson's better years. That would have been the 2022 season. And he ended up staying. He did not tell Texas he was going on that visit, and they found out because he posted it on his Instagram story, and yeah, that's how they found out. And he was very close to flipping. I had a very good source that was on staff at Houston at the time, is now at another Power 4 program, who was very confident they would flip him. But Texas convinced him to stay, and he started looking around because they already had Jonte Cook committed. He was committed since the summer. Niblett was committed since the summer. But that was when the DeAndre Moore buzz was starting to heat up because Moore was committed to Louisville, and it was coming up. Texas is trying to flip him. It was all over Twitter. And a few days after that, he showed up at Houston. Texas obviously talked him into staying committed and, didn't take any visits elsewhere. Letter of intent was in on time, that Wednesday morning on signing day, and the rest has been history. Like, yes, I've heard about it. He's looked around several times at leaving in the portal, and he stayed. Like, there's something to that, especially when the rest of the team knows it. I think it inspires confidence, and is honestly kind of an inspiration for the rest of the team to just play harder. And like you said, I mean, that punt return is going to live on for a long time. That's going to be one of the plays during TV timeouts, and they show highlights from past Red River games. That's going to be one of the ones that the Texas side cheers for. So I think he gets a lot of credit. Been a great teammate from day one, versatile, just played so many different positions. I'm not trying to put down the rest of the guys on the team, but you can maybe count on two hands the amount of players at Texas that would actually change positions without telling the coach to go F himself and that he's going in the portal.
Right.
Because by the time they get to high school, this is the position, or by the time they get to college, this is the position I'm playing. You want me to move to this? Screw you. I'm going to go to school X and they'll pay me more than you are, and I'll play more than you're playing me. It's what the nature of the beast is. So I think, we've given him a lot of credit. He deserves even more. And, Niblett is, I think, a great representation of the Texas Longhorn football program. That Niblett punt return, it's up there with Bolden's fumble recovery. And I will say, block in the back, clear as day. It's okay. Texas got it approved by the refs the week of the game, just like OU did with that call versus Auburn. What goes around comes around. I do not feel bad for them at all. Whatever. I don't know. You want to hit on Texas's O-line? That was your third down. I know the fourth one is like quick takes.
Yeah, it's just quick takes. So again, we all know this O-line play only gets noticed when it's bad. So you got to kind of recognize it when it's improved, right? Is it great? No. Is it, the best O-line in college football? No. But they did improve, most notably Nick Brooks. I pointed this out to Chip in the press box, Jordan. I know you're watching a TV broadcast. I saw Nick Brooks get highlighted in the first quarter by the TV broadcast as here's the guy who struggled last week. Here's his mistakes, right? And for a 19-year-old true freshman, that obviously is tough, right? Now, of course, he didn't know this was happening, but he's still a kid, right? And his family's got to be like, man, our kid's trying his best, right? So to see him kind of come out the other end, Pro Football Focus, this is not going to be a rail on PFF. I don't swear by it because it's an imperfect science. It's especially Jordan, when I was covering Group of 5 games, I'm like, how are you coming up with this rating when you watched an ESPN 9 broadcast that skipped 4 times and you got one camera view that's right here, bro? How are you grading this, right? I'm only saying that is to say Nick Brooks, I think, again, got it a pass blocking grade, a 17, which is pretty similar to what he got last week. However, he didn't allow a sack, right? I'm going to use kind of the regular metrics here to assess Nick Brooks' growth. He didn't allow a sack. And let's just use the eye test. It didn't look like he was freaking getting slaughtered on every play like he was against Florida, right? Correct. Let's just use the eye test there. So that was growth from him. Steve Sarkisian called it out during his Monday presser as far as him getting his weight down, not being in the 360s anymore. Steve says he's in the 330s. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And again, you don't have to be a football savant to know an offensive line is only as good as its weakest link, right? So whether that is Nick Brooks / Cole Hudson from a few weeks ago or the Florida game, if those guys grow, that's only going to play a better difference for DJ Campbell and Trevor Gooseby and others. So
yeah, and hey,
I just saw chicks.
Yeah, shout out Nick Brooks, man. Was far from an amazing performance, but when you compare it to the context of the week before, it was an amazing performance.
Right.
I thought run blocking was good. He whiffed on some guys, missed some guys, but I think the thing he did really well that needs to be brought up on more people is when he missed or whiffed guys or didn't have anyone to block, he's very active in getting downfield and finding someone to block and actually blocking that guy. Connor Stroh kind of misses and is on the ground, and the play's over by the time he can get up and the run gets stopped. So I think Brooks deserves a lot of credit for, even when he did miss, kept his head on a swivel and kept taking up blocks. And also, watching some of these all-22 plays, it's holy shit, he's running full speed 30 yards downfield and he's moving, I'm not saying he's Larry Allen, but, that's a big old boy moving. And shout out to Sark lying a bit, because I'm pretty sure we got him at 370 or 380 at one point in his senior year when he took a visit somewhere. So I don't know. Shout out to him. I will say some people have been a bit Fasusi regrets going to OU or he played bad. I watched Fasusi almost every snap OU had on offense. He was not bad at all. That's also a true freshman starter like Nick Brooks is. He's playing at a higher level than Nick Brooks and at a harder position as a year one player. So shout out to him. I really enjoyed covering him. I obviously went north of the Red River, but he was an awesome young man to cover, from a great family, great story. Moved from Nigeria as an 8th grader, didn't play football till then. Like, an awesome story for him. But anything else on the O-line?
No, you're good.
All right, so we're gonna kind of scatter shoot a little bit for the final minutes of this. One thing I was thinking of, and what's up to everyone who joined, like, thanks for joining in. One thing I was thinking of, you brought up Sark, not saying directly we need patience, we're going to improve, but saying that indirectly. And it got me thinking, like, how long has it been since it felt like the Texas team improved a lot as the year went on? Because you think last year, the offense got worse as the year went on at times. The kicking got worse. The year before, I don't know if they really got worse, but injuries happened and there was less consistency. It's kind of the opposite for the first time ever. They played better offensively versus Oklahoma than they did versus UTEP or Sam Houston. Arch Manning played better versus Oklahoma than he did versus UTEP or Sam Houston. And it's night and day difference in, quality of opponent. Like, I don't know. I just feel like this might be the first team since I don't know when that is actually improving significantly as the season goes on. Where in the past, it feels like they've either stayed put or gotten worse due to injuries or whatever else. Any thoughts on all of that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wasn't here for the first 2 years of Steve's tenure, but you can take a look at the records and kind of tell, right? You know what 2021 was, 2022, obviously up and down. I know a measure of that, right, was injuries with Quinn Ewers in the 22 season, right? You wonder what happens if Quinn is healthy. But I can speak to, 23 and 24. Yeah, it's like they came in, they played excellent football. They were consistent-ish all the way through, right? But again, I think that goes back to the teams being more veteran. I'm not saying veterans can't improve. However, right, when you're established and you kind of at a certain point, you don't really have that growth factor. It's right. We know what we have in player X. We player X knows who they are, what their strengths are, right? And that goes back to Jordan's point he was making about the youth, right? When you're 18, 19, 20, you're probably still either A, growing as a player, or B, because of the lack of experience, your own game is growing and you're finding out different things. Whereas if you're more of a veteran guy, you're more established, you're like, hey, I do this well. This is who I am. A guy who, Jordan can speak to this better than I, but like Manny Muhammad, for example, right? I think is a unique case in that someone who has played a good amount of football for Texas entering this year, but there's more than likely still room for growth for him to be that guy, right? And I've made this point on the flagship. Don't try and expect like a Jade Barron like you're from last year. That's one of the finest. I don't have to be a Texas football historian to know Jade Barron's 2024 is one of the finest seasons in Texas program history. I don't need to know the last 100 years. I can just look at the Jade last year and know what it was. But for Manny Muhammad to reach his ceiling, right? Hopefully that's the type of growth you see there. So yeah, I do agree. And I think that's a point you really got to hone in on.
Yeah. CB, sorry, I did not answer your question. But to answer this, he said Fasusi went to OU because of early playing time. If he was at Texas, he had day one starter. I will say, like, that was a narrative generated or pushed that it was all about early playing time. That was one of the things. It wasn't the main thing. Like, he did not feel like he had a good relationship with Cal Flood. And, I mean, like, the Zoom calls Texas is on with Michael Fasusi the night before signing day. I was told Cal Flood wasn't even on those. It was Chris Gilbert. And he's who kind of became the primary recruiter once he committed to Oklahoma. And he's the reason Texas was even able to have a shot at flipping him down the stretch. Like, the relationship with Bill Beatenbaugh and that staff was just so much better. I think if Gilbert had been on, Fasusi's recruitment since the sophomore year and hadn't left for UNT, it might be a little different. But, like, the reason he ended up at OU, I think, like, yes, OU did a good job, but Texas also just kind of really screwed it up. And they tried to fix it by offering a lot more money than OU, and he still went to OU. And he did that twice. He took less money from OU twice. So, now if he's at Texas, is he a day one starter? I don't know for sure, but I think so. I think you put him at right tackle and Brandon Baker's at guard. I've always thought Brandon Baker would be a better guard than tackle. And if Brandon Baker ever plays in the NFL, it will be at guard and not tackle. So yes, I think he would start. I think Baker would give you a better option or a better floor at left guard than what Texas has had thus far. And I mean, for Susie, the difference between him at tackle at OU compared to Baker at tackle at Texas, I think it's close enough to where he could, be a competent starter at right tackle for Texas. So that's what I'd say. Yeah, Jake Bayless, I guess, agreed with me. Yeah, no problem, CB. All right. We are at the time of the episode where we just go through some tweets that are funny or that I enjoy. Here's one from an Aggie, John Patterson, quote tweeting PFF, giving Lance Jackson some love. He was the highest graded true freshman edge rusher in week 7 with a grade of 87. I know he was Texas's highest graded defender. I think he might have been the highest graded player regardless of position. Only played like 11 snaps, but had a sack, I think 4 pressures and like 1 or 2 QB hits. So played phenomenal in the opportunities he was given. And this Aggie, who's from East Texas, says, I was working a kids select baseball tournament at East Texas Baptist years ago, and there was an 11 or 12-year-old that was double the size of every kid, and he hit a home run that went over the lights. Seemed like it was 400 feet. It was this dude. And it's Lance Jackson, who people might forget. He was a baseball recruit. Schools were giving him the opportunity. I mean, I don't think anyone would have actually done it, but they were at least giving him the sweet talk that he could play baseball if he went to play football at their school. I mean, this kid was throwing 90+ on the mound as a junior at 6'5", 6'6". And also, I always forget this part of it too. His dad is an Aggie that played basketball at A&M. Always forget about that. But thought that was interesting. One of the funniest things that happened yesterday was the Big 12 conference and their fans just dunking on Brent Venables. Brent Venables in his press conference, Eric, I don't know if you said this, on playing in the SEC and it being a one-possession league, quote, this isn't the old Big 12 days where Oklahoma destroys everybody every single week except one game of the year. Big 12 conference, for those on audio only, said Coach Venables lost 8 conference games in his 2 seasons in the Big 12.
I did not see that.
Yeah, it was hilarious. This tweet is blown up because every Big 12 fan base is dunking on Oklahoma and Venables right now. And to make it worse, they have members of their beat writing basically the Big 12's being mean, right? John Hoover, column. Big 12 really didn't like Oklahoma coach Brent Venables' take on the old Big 12. He quote tweeted it again. Said the Big 12's unprompted response is unprofessional, unacademic, unappreciative, and sophomoric. Frankly, one of the many reasons that Joe Castiglione, whatever his name is, and the Sooners have long wanted out of the league. Like, come on, Bubba. And then this guy gets dunked on, of course. He said this is 1 billion times funnier than the Big 12 tweet that set them off. They leave the conference thinking they're above everyone. Their coach takes a shot at the Big 12. And then the Big 12 takes one lighthearted jab at them, and they're sobbing. Come on now. Be better, Sooners. You got to be better. Some other funny tweets. Jeff Ulbrich, he's a Falcons DC. Falcons fan said he's been doing so good, I almost forgot he was letting his son prank call draft prospects.
Yep.
If you don't know, when Shedeur Sanders got prank called during the NFL draft in April, it went pretty viral. That phone number was obtained from Jeff Ulbrich's son because the NFL is the only people who have access to the phone numbers for players, but it's a shared document or database, whatnot. And the Falcons DC left his iPad open at some point in draft week, and his son wrote down Shedeur Sanders' phone number. So whenever they call him on draft night, they're so smart to do this that they take a video of the entire thing where their faces are showing, and it takes like 30 minutes to figure out he's the Falcons DC son. But shout out to him. He's been doing so well, they forgot about it. We'll talk about the Penn State job tomorrow because I think there is a lot of potential to make fun of them for wherever they go here. But On3 reported Marcus Freeman is a name to know for Penn State's coaching search. Someone quote tweeted it, said, explain this to me like I'm 5. Penn State wants to replace James Franklin with younger James Franklin, whose signature win with Notre Dame is against ... James Franklin. I don't know. I get the point here, but I think Freeman would be a better hire than Rule. I think you're hiring James Franklin again if you hire Rule.
Right.
Here's one just crazy to think about. It's from the Texans and Lovie Smith sticking it to. Well, it's from Lovie Smith sticking it to the Texans and going throwing a Hail Mary and then going for 2 for the win. That's what gave the Bears the #1 pick in the draft and Caleb Williams. And I mean, going to be a crazy butterfly effect the rest of the time. I don't watch Chad Powers. Eric, I don't know if you do.
I haven't.
Yeah, I know former Longhorn Glenn Powell's like the star of the show. I know people in this in the comments section have watched it. They've commented about it before. But basically, there is a producer for the show. Or where is this? Here's the video. Some West Virginia fan is like, are they using old West Virginia jerseys for this crowd shot? And the producer responded and said, it's an existing shot. I have a supercut of all ESPN footage of depressed West Virginia, Pitt, and Cal fans in the HD era. It is, I am sad to report, very long. So Chad Powers is using footage from old ESPN games where they cut to the crowd after they just lost and they're crying or whatever. And this dude has a supercut of it. Imagine being the intern at ESPN that had to go and make a montage of all this for the ratio.
Exactly.
And then for those curious, Joe Brady has passed Matt Rule as the favorite for Penn State's next head coach per BetOnline. Also the same spot you can bet on high school football games, by the way. Yeah, that is pretty much all I had for important stuff. We can talk more Penn State tomorrow. Want to get into some recruiting, some maybe portal talk, different things like that. Anything else you want to hit on before we get out of here?
I got to run, Jordan. I've received a text from the University of Texas around our content on our YouTube page, so I have to handle that.
Oof. All right. Well, we're going to end it then. Up next, Third and Longhorn puts a bow on the win over Oklahoma and talks about what Texas needs to do this weekend against Kentucky. What they got to do is stop hating on the youngins from Horns 24/7, man. Come on now. Up next, Chip and Zay. They'll be back at 2 o'clock, streaming 2 to 4. Check it out, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. We will see you tomorrow from 10 to 11 Central. Y'all have a great Wednesday and happy hump day.